Welcome, weary traveler, to the shadowed corridors of knowledge where darker truths lie waiting in ancient stone and whispered legend. Tonight, we delve into the forgotten corners of Hogwarts lore, where innocence meets its end and heroism demands prices few are willing to pay. As you settle into comfortable darkness, let these tales of sacrifice, suffering, and the complexities of human nature carry you toward peaceful slumber. Here, in the gentle embrace of night, we explore the shadows that make the light more precious, the pain that gives meaning to joy, and the darkness that teaches us to cherish dawn. The founding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is remembered in gentle tales of four friends united by vision and magical purpose, their legacy written in moving staircases and enchanted halls where children learn to transform feathers into goblets and brew simple healing draughts. But like all stories softened by time and told to comfort rather than educate, this version conceals truths that are far more complex and infinitely darker than the songs sung in the Great Hall would have you believe. The four founders who gathered in the Scottish Highlands over 1,000 years ago were not simply educators with different teaching philosophies, but powerful witches and wizards whose magical abilities bordered on the divine, whose understanding of forces beyond normal comprehension allowed them to attempt something that had never been tried before. They sought to create not just a school but a sanctuary, a place where magical children could learn to control abilities that might otherwise destroy them and everyone around them. What they built instead was something that would become a crucible of human nature, where the best and worst of magical society would play out across centuries of triumph and tragedy. Godric Gryffindor stood among them as perhaps the most powerful wizard of his age, his sword gleaming with enchantments that could cut through the fabric of reality itself. His courage legendary, even among a people for whom bravery was essential for survival. But courage, as he would learn too late, was not always wisdom, and his willingness to see the best in others would enable horrors that would echo through the centuries. He believed absolutely in the potential for goodness that existed within every magical person, convinced that proper education and moral guidance could overcome any darkness that might lurk in the human heart. Helga Hufflepuff brought to their partnership an understanding of magical cultivation and protection that went far beyond simple herbology, her knowledge of ancient growth magics, allowing her to coax life from barren soil and create defensive enchantments that drew power from the very earth itself. Her kitchens could feed thousands through spells that multiplied simple ingredients into feast beyond counting. But her greatest magic lay in her ability to see potential where others saw only failure, to nurture growth in the most unlikely students. Yet even she underestimated the depths to which some hearts could sink, and her inclusive nature would sometimes shelter those who should have been turned away. Rowena Ravenclaw's intellect transcended normal human limitations, her mind capable of understanding magical principles that existed at the very boundaries of possibility and impossibility. She could unravel the mysteries of time and space, create enchantments that responded to pure thought, craft objects of such subtle power that their true purposes remained hidden for centuries after their creation. Her diadem, lost to history and coveted by those who mistook intelligence for wisdom, was but one example of magic so advanced that it bordered on prophecy itself. But intelligence without emotional understanding proved to be a dangerous combination, and her pursuit of knowledge sometimes blinded her to the human costs of her experiments. And then there was Salazar Slytherin, whose magical abilities were perhaps the most terrifying of all, because they dealt with forces that most wizards feared to even acknowledge. He could speak with serpents as easily as humans, bend the wills of others through magical compulsion that left no trace of its passage, and understand the darker aspects of magical theory that his colleagues preferred to ignore. His knowledge of blood magic and ancestral power gave him insights into magical inheritance that the others found disturbing. His theories about magical bloodlines containing uncomfortable truths that challenged their idealistic visions of magical society. The first years of Hogwarts were marked by incredible achievements that would have seemed impossible to lesser magical minds. The castle itself was grown rather than built, shaped from living stone through spells so complex that they required all 4 founders working in perfect harmony, their combined will imposing order on chaos and creating something that was more than the sum of its parts. The moving staircases were designed to prevent enemies from learning the castle's layout, but they also reflected the founders' understanding that education itself should be dynamic and challenging, forcing students to adapt and think rather than simply follow predetermined paths. The Great Hall's enchanted ceiling was not mere illusion, but a window into the magical forces that governed weather and season. Its changes reflecting not just the sky above, but the emotional climate of the school itself. During times of harmony, it showed gentle stars and peaceful clouds. But when darkness gathered among students or staff, storms would rage overhead without dropping a single drop of rain upon the tables below. The sorting ceremony, which began as a simple conversation between new students and their potential heads of house, evolved into something far more complex when the founders realized that their own biases were affecting their choices in ways that could prove dangerous. The sorting hat was created as a solution to this problem, imbued with portions of each founder's consciousness and tasked with seeing into the hearts and minds of children to determine where they would best thrive and contribute. But even this remarkable artifact carried within it the seeds of future conflict, as it inherited not just the founders' wisdom, but their prejudices, their fears, and their fundamental disagreements about the nature of magical ability and worthiness. The first students who came to Hogwarts were not the innocent children of later generations, but young witches and wizards who had already experienced the harsh realities of a world where magical ability could mean the difference between life and death. Many had seen their families killed by those who feared magic. Others had been cast out by communities that couldn't understand their gifts. Some had already used their powers to kill, whether in self-defense or from lack of proper training that allowed their emotions to manifest as deadly force. The founders understood that they were not just educating these students, but attempting to rehabilitate them, to channel their traumatic experiences into something constructive rather than destructive. The curriculum they developed reflected this understanding, with practical defense against the dark arts taking precedence over theoretical study. Healing magic, taught alongside combat spells, and moral philosophy, woven throughout every lesson. They understood that magical power without ethical guidance was simply another form of warfare, and that their school would either produce protectors of the innocent or creators of greater darkness. The library they built contained not just books of magical theory, but detailed accounts of what happened when magic was misused, case studies in magical disaster that were meant to serve as warnings rather than instruction manuals. But even with all their preparation and wisdom, the founders could not account for the fundamental human capacity for corruption and the ways that power inevitably attracted those who would abuse it. The first signs of trouble came not from external threats, but from within their own ranks, as philosophical differences that had once seemed merely academic began to take on practical and increasingly dangerous dimensions. Salazar Slytherin's concerns about blood purity were not initially based on simple prejudice, but on observable patterns he had noticed in magical inheritance and ability. His research suggested that magical power was indeed influenced by ancestral connections to magical sources, that some bloodlines carried within them access to forces that others could never touch regardless of training or dedication. These observations, while factually accurate in many cases, led him down paths of thinking that gradually separated magical people into categories of worthy and unworthy, superior and inferior. The other founders initially tolerated these theories as intellectual exercises, understanding that Salazar's insights into magical genetics were valuable even if his conclusions were troubling. Godric believed that courage and noble intent could overcome any disadvantage of birth, while Helga insisted that patient cultivation could help any student reach their potential, regardless of their ancestry. Rowena was fascinated by the theoretical implications of Salazar's research, but concerned about its practical applications, recognizing that knowledge could be dangerous when it confirmed existing prejudices rather than challenging them. The breaking point came when Salazar proposed that the school should only accept students whose magical lineage could be traced back for at least 5 generations, arguing that admitting those of impure blood would eventually dilute the magical strength of the entire wizarding community. He presented detailed calculations showing how magical ability might decline over generations if contaminated by non-magical ancestry, theories that contained just enough truth to be persuasive to those who wanted to believe in their own superiority. The debate that followed lasted for months and grew increasingly heated as the fundamental differences in their worldviews became impossible to ignore or compromise away. Godric argued passionately that magical ability was a gift that transcended bloodline, that he had seen the children of non-magical parents demonstrate powers that exceeded those of students from the most ancient wizarding families. His own experience suggested that courage and determination were far more important factors in magical development than ancestry, and that excluding students based on their parentage would deny education to some who might become the greatest protectors of magical society. Helga supported this position with her own observations about how magical talent could manifest in unexpected ways, how students who seemed initially weak or limited often developed remarkable abilities when given proper nurturing and encouragement. She had seen too many cases where patient teaching had unlocked potential that might never have been discovered if judged solely by immediate demonstration or family background. Her approach to education was fundamentally inclusive, based on the belief that everyone deserved the chance to develop whatever gifts they possessed. Rowena's position was more complex and ultimately more tragic, because her intellectual honesty forced her to acknowledge that Salazar's research contained valid points, while her moral instincts rejected his conclusions. She could see the patterns he described in magical inheritance, understood that bloodline did play a role in determining the types and strength of magical abilities that students could develop, but she also recognized that intelligence and creativity were distributed regardless of ancestry, that some of the most brilliant magical innovations had come from those whose backgrounds would not have met Salazar's standards for admission. The final confrontation between the founders was not the dramatic scene depicted in later legends, but a cold and methodical presentation of irreconcilable differences that had grown beyond any possibility of compromise. Salazar had spent months preparing his case, gathering evidence from magical theory and historical precedent to support his position that the school's mission required selectivity based on blood purity. He presented charts showing the decline of magical civilizations that had, in his interpretation, allowed themselves to be weakened through acceptance of those with diluted magical heritage. His arguments were sophisticated and persuasive, drawing on legitimate concerns about maintaining magical knowledge and power in a world where non-magical populations vastly outnumbered wizarding communities. He painted vivid pictures of what might happen if magical secrets fell into the wrong hands, if powerful spells were taught to those whose loyalty to the magical world could not be guaranteed through ancestral connection. His fears, while ultimately leading to destructive conclusions, were rooted in genuine understanding of the vulnerabilities that faced their community. The other founders listened with growing horror as they realized that their colleague had moved far beyond academic theory into advocacy for policies that would fundamentally alter the nature of their shared enterprise. Godric's response was immediate and emotional, his legendary temper flaring as he accused Salazar of betraying everything they had worked to achieve. The friendship that had lasted decades shattered in moments as years of accumulated differences erupted into open conflict that could never be repaired. Helga tried desperately to find middle ground, proposing compromises that might address Salazar's concerns while maintaining their commitment to educating all magical children regardless of background. She suggested additional screening methods that could evaluate students' dedication to magical society without relying solely on ancestry, supplemental programs that could help those from non-magical families better understand wizarding culture and values. Her efforts were doomed from the start, because the fundamental disagreement was not about methods but about the basic question of human worth and potential. Rowena's attempt at mediation was perhaps the most painful to witness because her logical mind could see valid points on all sides, while her heart recognized that some positions could not be reconciled through rational discussion. She proposed extensive research into the questions that Salazar had raised, suggesting that they needed better data before making irreversible decisions about admission policies. But her call for patience and further study was rejected by all sides as an attempt to avoid making the moral choices that the situation demanded. The creation of the Chamber of Secrets was Salazar's response to his colleagues' rejection of his proposals, a final attempt to ensure that his vision for magical education would survive even if he could not remain to implement it personally. The chamber itself was a masterwork of magical engineering, hidden so deeply within the castle's structure that it could not be found through normal means, protected by enchantments so subtle that they would not be detected by even the most sophisticated magical analysis. But the chamber was more than just a hiding place. It was a weapon designed to enforce Salazar's beliefs about blood purity through terror and death. The basilisk he placed within it was not simply a dangerous magical creature, but an instrument of selective destruction, capable of killing those he deemed unworthy while leaving his chosen inheritors unharmed. The serpent was bound by magical contracts that would compel it to obey only those who shared Salazar's bloodline, and, more importantly, his beliefs about magical superiority. The magical theory behind the chamber's construction reveals the depths of Salazar's knowledge and the sophistication of his planning. The enchantments that concealed it were woven into the very foundations of the castle, drawing power from the same magical sources that maintained the school's other defenses. This meant that the chamber would remain hidden and protected as long as Hogwarts itself existed, a cancer growing within the body of the institution that had rejected its creator's vision. The psychological impact on the other founders was devastating and long-lasting. Godric blamed himself for not recognizing the signs of Salazar's growing extremism, for allowing their friendship to blind him to the dangerous direction his colleagues' thinking had taken. He threw himself into developing new defensive techniques and training methods, determined to ensure that no future dark wizard would find Hogwarts unprepared for their attacks. But his guilt over what he saw as his failure to prevent Salazar's fall would haunt him for the rest of his life. Helga's response was to become even more inclusive and nurturing in her approach to education, as if she could somehow compensate for Salazar's rejection of certain students by being twice as welcoming to everyone else. She expanded her programs for helping struggling students, developed new methods for identifying and cultivating hidden talents, and worked tirelessly to create an environment where every student could feel valued and supported. But her kindness was tinged with sadness as she mourned not just the loss of a colleague, but the corruption of someone she had once considered family. Rowena retreated into her research with renewed intensity, searching for answers to the questions that Salazar had raised and hoping to find solutions that could prevent future conflicts of the same type. Her studies of magical inheritance and bloodline theory became more comprehensive and sophisticated, but they also became more secret as she struggled with findings that sometimes seemed to support positions she found morally repugnant. The isolation this created contributed to her growing distance from human relationships, including the complicated dynamic with her daughter Helena that would eventually lead to tragedy. The years immediately following Salazar's departure were marked by a series of accidents and incidents that tested the remaining founders' resolve and highlighted the ongoing dangers of their enterprise. Students who had been taught by Salazar sometimes displayed disturbing attitudes toward their fellow pupils, creating conflicts that required careful handling to prevent escalation into serious violence. Some of these young witches and wizards had internalized their teachers' beliefs about blood purity and magical superiority, making them sources of ongoing tension within the school community. The Forbidden Forest, which had been designated as a containment area for dangerous magical creatures and experimental magic gone wrong, began to overflow with threats that required constant vigilance from the founders and their most advanced students. Creatures that had been displaced by the school's construction found refuge in the forest's depths, while failed magical experiments created new hazards that could not be simply vanished or destroyed. The forest became a living reminder of the prices that were paid for magical education, a place where mistakes had consequences, and where the boundary between learning and dying was measured in split-second decisions. The first student deaths at Hogwarts were not dramatic battles against dark wizards, but quiet tragedies that resulted from the inherent dangers of learning to control forces that could reshape reality itself. A second-year student attempting to master transformation magic accidentally turned her internal organs into stone, dying slowly and painfully despite every healing spell the founders could attempt. A promising young wizard experimenting with time magic aged decades in moments, crumbling to dust while his classmates watched in horror. These deaths were carefully recorded in journals that were kept hidden from later generations. Detailed accounts of what had gone wrong and what might be done to prevent similar tragedies. The founders understood that they were walking a narrow path between providing necessary education and exposing their students to unacceptable risks, but they also recognized that the alternative to magical education was often magical disaster on an even larger scale. The protective wards that surrounded the castle were strengthened repeatedly as the founders learned from each new threat and vulnerability, but each improvement seemed to reveal additional weaknesses that required further attention. The magic that kept the school hidden from hostile outsiders also made it difficult for help to arrive when internal crises developed beyond the founders' ability to handle alone. The enchantments that prevented students from seriously harming each other sometimes interfered with legitimate magical instruction, while the spells that enhanced learning also amplified emotional responses in ways that could prove dangerous. The founders' greatest failure, however, was not in their magical defenses or educational methods, but in their inability to address the fundamental human dynamics that would continue to create conflict long after they were gone. The house system that was meant to foster healthy competition and mutual support instead became a mechanism for perpetuating the very divisions that had driven Salazar away. Students sorted into different houses began to see themselves as fundamentally different types of people, rather than simply young witches and wizards with different strengths and interests. Gryffindor students internalized the message that courage was the highest virtue, sometimes interpreting this as license for reckless behavior that put themselves and others at risk. Ravenclaw students learned to prize intelligence above wisdom, pursuing knowledge without always considering the consequences of their discoveries. Hufflepuff students, while generally the most stable and supportive, sometimes enabled problematic behavior from others through excessive loyalty and reluctance to confront wrongdoing directly. The absence of Slytherin House during the founder's lifetime meant that students who might have been sorted there were instead distributed among the other three houses, but their fundamental attitudes and beliefs did not disappear simply because they wore different colored robes. Some Gryffindor students displayed the same arrogance and belief in superiority that had characterized Salazar's teaching, while certain Ravenclaw pupils pursued magical research that echoed his theories about bloodline purity and inherited worth. As the founders aged and began to contemplate their mortality, they faced the terrible recognition that they had created something beautiful and necessary, but also dangerous and potentially corrupting. The school they had built to protect magical children and preserve magical knowledge had become a place where power concentrated and amplified, where the best and worst of human nature played out with consequences that could reshape the wizarding world. Their final years were spent in desperate attempts to build safeguards that could outlast their personal influence, to create institutional structures and traditions that would guide future generations toward wisdom rather than mere power. But they understood, with the clarity that comes only at the end of life, that they had unleashed forces that could not be completely controlled or predicted, that every solution they implemented would create new problems for their successors to solve. The legacy they left was complex and contradictory, magnificent in its achievements but haunted by its failures, inspiring in its idealism but sobering in its recognition of human limitations. Hogwarts would indeed become the greatest magical school in the world, producing witches and wizards of extraordinary ability and moral courage. But it would also produce dark wizards whose power and knowledge would threaten the very foundations of the society the founders had sought to protect. The shadows that gathered in those early years would never be completely dispelled, remaining as permanent reminders that even the most noble intentions could lead to unexpected consequences, that even the greatest magical achievements carried within them the seeds of both triumph and tragedy. The founding of Hogwarts was not just the creation of a school, but the beginning of a story that would play out across centuries, written in the lives and deaths of all who walked its halls and learned its lessons about the true nature of power and responsibility. The tale of Helena Ravenclaw and the Bloody Baron is whispered in corridors where shadows gather thickest, a story of obsession and murder that stains the very stones of Hogwarts with sorrow that time cannot cleanse. In the gentle telling passed down through generations of students, it becomes a romantic tragedy of unrequited love and impulsive violence, softened by centuries until it resembles a ballad more than the brutal reality that created two of the castle's most tormented spirits. But the truth, as it always does when examined closely, reveals depths of darkness that comfortable legends cannot accommodate. Helena Ravenclaw was born into brilliance that was both blessing and curse, the daughter of perhaps the most intellectually gifted witch who had ever lived, inheriting not just magical ability but the terrible burden of expectations that came with bearing the Ravenclaw name. From her earliest years, she displayed the same penetrating intelligence that had made her mother legendary, mastering complex spells before other children could properly hold wands, understanding magical theory that challenged adult wizards, absorbing knowledge with an hunger that seemed insatiable and occasionally frightening in its intensity. But intelligence without emotional maturity is a dangerous combination, and Helena grew up isolated by her own brilliance, surrounded by adults who saw her as a prodigy to be cultivated rather than a child to be nurtured. Her mother, consumed by research that pushed the boundaries of magical understanding, provided intellectual stimulation but little emotional warmth, treating Helena more as a promising student than a beloved daughter. The other founders, while kind in their intentions, were too busy establishing their school to provide the guidance and affection that might have shaped Helena's character in healthier directions. As she reached adolescence, Helena's relationship with her mother became increasingly strained by expectations that seemed impossible to fulfill and comparisons that highlighted her own perceived inadequacies. Rowena Ravenclaw's intellectual achievements cast a shadow so vast that Helena felt perpetually diminished, her own considerable accomplishments seeming insignificant when measured against her mother's legendary status. The diadem that her mother wore, shimmering with enchantments that enhanced wisdom and understanding, became a symbol of everything Helena felt she could never achieve, a constant reminder of the gap between her potential and her reality. The diadem itself was more than mere jewelry, but a masterwork of magical craftsmanship that represented years of Rowena's most advanced research into the nature of intelligence and wisdom. Its enchantments were so subtle and sophisticated that they operated below the threshold of conscious awareness, enhancing cognitive function in ways that felt entirely natural to the wearer, while actually drawing upon magical forces that few wizards could even perceive, much less manipulate. The creation of such an artifact required not just magical skill, but understanding of mental processes that bordered on mind magic, knowledge that Rowena had gained through studies that would have horrified those who knew only her public reputation. Helena's decision to steal the diadem was not the impulsive act of a rebellious teenager, but the culmination of years of resentment and perceived neglect. A desperate attempt to claim something that she felt represented the maternal love and recognition that had been denied to her throughout her childhood. She had convinced herself that possessing the diadem would somehow bridge the gap between her abilities and her mother's expectations, that wearing it would transform her into the daughter that Rowena truly wanted, rather than the disappointing reality she believed herself to be. The theft itself was carefully planned and executed with the same methodical intelligence that characterized all Ravenclaw achievements, but it was motivated by emotional wounds that no amount of magical enhancement could heal. Helena studied her mother's habits and protective spells, identified the precise moment when the diadem would be most vulnerable, and crafted concealment charms that would hide her actions long enough to escape the castle and disappear into the wider wizarding world. Her magical technique was flawless, but her understanding of the consequences was catastrophically limited. The immediate aftermath of the theft was chaos that rippled through the still fragile institution that the founders had worked so hard to establish. Rowena's discovery of the diadem's disappearance came not through failed protective spells, but through the sudden absence of enhancement that she had grown to depend upon without fully realizing how thoroughly it had become integrated into her daily magical practice. The loss felt like a piece of her mind had been torn away, leaving gaps in cognitive function that were both subtle and profoundly disorienting. But worse than the magical impact was the emotional devastation that Rowena experienced as she realized that her own daughter had not just stolen from her, but had chosen to disappear entirely rather than face the consequences of her actions or attempt to repair their damaged relationship. The theft was revealed as not just crime but rejection, a declaration that Helena would rather live as a fugitive than continue trying to meet her mother's expectations or earn her genuine affection and respect. The search for Helena consumed months that became years, drawing resources and attention away from the crucial work of establishing educational traditions and defensive measures that the school desperately needed. Rowena threw herself into the pursuit with the same obsessive intensity that had characterized her greatest magical research, developing new tracking spells and divination techniques, consulting with every expert in location magic throughout the known wizarding world. But Helena had inherited not just her mother's intelligence, but her understanding of concealment and misdirection, making her nearly impossible to find by conventional magical means. The other founders watched with growing concern as Rowena's physical and mental health deteriorated under the strain of her desperate search. her legendary intellectual clarity clouded by grief and guilt that she couldn't acknowledge or address effectively. Godric and Helga attempted to provide support and comfort, but their efforts were hampered by their own limited understanding of the complex family dynamics that had created the crisis and Rowena's fierce independence that made accepting help feel like admission of failure. During this period of crisis, a figure emerged from the shadows of Rowena's past who would prove instrumental in the tragedy that was yet to unfold. The man who would become known to history as the Bloody Baron had been present at Hogwarts almost since its founding, though his exact role and relationship to the educational mission remained deliberately ambiguous. Some accounts suggest he was a teacher of advanced defensive magic, others that he served as an enforcer and protector whose methods were too violent for public acknowledgement. Still others that he was simply a powerful wizard whose obsession with Rowena had been tolerated because his magical abilities were too valuable to dismiss. The Baron's feelings for Rowena were complex and deeply troubling, rooted not in genuine love but in possessive desire that had been carefully concealed beneath facades of respect and professional admiration. He had spent years watching her from the periphery of her life, interpreting every interaction through the lens of his own fantasies, building elaborate internal narratives that cast him as her destined partner and protector despite the complete absence of encouragement or reciprocation from Rowena herself. His offer to search for Helena was presented as generous assistance from a concerned colleague, but it was motivated by recognition that Rowena's desperation created an opportunity for him to demonstrate his value and perhaps earn the gratitude and affection that had eluded him through normal social interaction. He possessed tracking abilities and knowledge of concealment magic that complemented Rowena's own skills, making his participation genuinely useful despite his hidden motivations and psychological instability. The Baron's pursuit of Helena across Europe was methodical and relentless, drawing upon connections in the magical underworld that revealed disturbing aspects of his character and history. He was not simply an academic wizard with combat training, but someone who had maintained relationships with criminals and dark magic practitioners, whose knowledge of hiding places and false identities suggested personal experience with activities that would not have been acceptable in polite wizarding society. Helena, meanwhile, had discovered that possessing her mother's diadem did not provide the transformation she had hoped for, but instead created new burdens that made her situation even more desperate and isolated. The artifact's enchantments were calibrated specifically for Rowena's magical signature and mental patterns, meaning that Helena's attempts to use it properly resulted in painful feedback and cognitive disruption that left her weakened and disoriented. Rather than enhancing her abilities, the diadem became a source of constant magical drain that made concealment more difficult and escape more urgent. Her journey through the wizarding communities of Eastern Europe was marked by increasingly desperate attempts to find someone who could help her either use the diadem properly or remove its problematic enchantments safely. But the artifact was too advanced and too specifically attuned to its creator for anyone else to modify successfully, and Helena's description of its origins made most magical practitioners reluctant to become involved in what was clearly a family dispute with one of the most powerful witches in the known world. The psychological toll of months spent as a fugitive, combined with the diadem's ongoing magical interference, gradually undermined Helena's mental stability and decision-making abilities. She became increasingly paranoid and erratic, seeing threats where none existed while missing genuine dangers that were closing in around her. The isolation that she had initially chosen as escape from her mother's expectations became a prison that trapped her in cycles of guilt and resentment that she couldn't break without help that she was too proud to seek. The Baron's investigation led him through magical communities from London to Istanbul, following a trail of sightings and rumors that painted an increasingly disturbing picture of Helena's deteriorating condition. Witnesses described a young woman whose brilliant mind was clearly being damaged by magical forces beyond her control, whose desperate questions about diadem modification revealed both her identity and her increasingly fragile mental state. Each new lead brought him closer to his quarry, while also revealing the extent of the damage that was being inflicted by her prolonged exposure to incompatible magical enchantments. His own psychological condition was also deteriorating during the extended hunt, as obsession and frustration combined with the stress of constant travel and investigation to erode whatever emotional stability he had possessed initially. The Baron's conversations with people who had encountered Helena became increasingly threatening and violent, as his desperation to find her overcame his attempts to maintain civilized behavior. Several witnesses later reported that he seemed more like a hunter, tracking dangerous prey than a concerned family friend seeking to provide assistance. The final confrontation took place in a forest in Albania, where Helena had sought refuge among communities of magical creatures who were less likely to betray her location to human pursuers. She had been living rough for weeks, her health damaged by inadequate food and shelter, her magical abilities severely compromised by the diadem's ongoing interference with her natural magical patterns. When the Baron finally tracked her to her hiding place, she was barely recognizable as the brilliant young woman who had fled Hogwarts months earlier. The conversation that preceded the murder was witnessed only by creatures who could not, or would not, later provide testimony about its specific content, but magical analysis of the site revealed emotional resonances that painted a clear picture of what transpired in those final moments. Helena's initial reaction to being found was not fear, but relief, suggesting that part of her had been hoping for rescue, despite her continued resistance to returning home. But the Baron's demands quickly revealed that his intentions were not aligned with her needs or desires. His years of obsession with Rowena had evolved into possessive feelings for Helena that he himself may not have fully understood or acknowledged. His stated mission to return her to her mother, complicated by fantasies of gratitude and romantic attachment that had no basis in reality. When Helena made it clear that she would not submit to his authority or accept his vision of their relationship, his response revealed the depth of his psychological instability and capacity for violence. The arguments that followed were not rational discussions but collision between incompatible delusions, Helena's guilt-driven desperation to prove her independence meeting the Baron's obsessive need to control and possess what he saw as rightfully his. She was weakened by months of magical and physical deterioration, but her intelligence remained sharp enough to recognize the danger she faced and the futility of reasoning with someone whose grip on reality had become so tenuous. Her final refusal to accompany him back to Hogwarts was delivered with the same intellectual clarity that had characterized her mother's most devastating critiques, cutting through his delusions to expose the pathetic reality of his obsession and the impossibility of his fantasies. The psychological impact on the Baron was immediate and catastrophic, shattering his carefully constructed internal narrative and leaving him face to face with truths about himself that he was completely unprepared to accept or handle. The murder itself was swift but brutal, carried out in a moment of rage that obliterated years of careful self-control and revealed the violence that had always lurked beneath his civilized facade. The blade that pierced Helena's chest was not a weapon he had brought for that purpose, but one that manifested from his own magical energy, shaped by fury and desperation into something that could destroy the source of his humiliation and rejection. Her death was not planned or premeditated, but the inevitable result of psychological forces that had been building pressure for years until they finally found explosive release. The moment of Helena's death was also the moment when the Baron's remaining sanity was finally and completely shattered by recognition of what he had done and the impossibility of undoing it. The woman he had claimed to love lay bleeding at his feet, killed by his own hand in service of delusions that now seemed grotesque and incomprehensible even to him. The months of hunting and planning, the years of obsessive longing, the carefully constructed justifications for his actions, all of it collapsed into horror and self-loathing that was absolute and inescapable. His suicide followed immediately, not as planned response, but as the only action that remained possible for someone whose entire identity had been built around fantasies that were now revealed as monstrous lies. The same magical energy that had created the weapon to kill Helena turned inward with even greater force, tearing through his body with deliberate cruelty that reflected his understanding that he deserved to suffer for what he had done. The chains that would later bind his spirit were not imposed by external judgment, but manifestations of guilt and self-hatred that were literally forged from his own magical essence. The discovery of their bodies several days later by local magical authorities created shockwaves that rippled through the European wizarding community and eventually reached Hogwarts with devastating impact. Rowena's reaction to learning of her daughter's death was initially complete denial, her intellectual mind refusing to accept information that her emotional heart found unbearable. When the truth finally penetrated her defenses, the collapse was total and immediate, her legendary composure shattering into grief so profound that it affected her magical abilities and physical health in ways that would prove permanent. The guilt that consumed Rowena was multifaceted and inescapable, encompassing not just her failures as a mother, but her role in creating the conditions that had made the tragedy possible. She blamed herself for being too absorbed in her research to provide Helena with the emotional support and guidance she had needed, for creating expectations that were impossible to fulfill, for failing to recognize the warning signs that might have prevented the theft and subsequent flight. But perhaps most devastating was her recognition that she had somehow enabled the Baron's obsession through her own emotional blindness and professional detachment. The impact on the other founders was equally severe, as they struggled to support their grieving colleague, while also managing the practical consequences of losing two important members of their community and confronting evidence of psychological instability and violence that challenged their assumptions about the safety and wisdom of their educational mission. Godric blamed himself for not recognizing the Baron's dangerous obsession and taking steps to address it before tragedy became inevitable. Helga was devastated by her failure to provide Helena with the maternal warmth that might have prevented her desperate flight. The magical consequences of violent death within Hogwarts' sphere of influence were immediate and disturbing, creating spiritual disturbances that affected the castle's protective enchantments and emotional atmosphere in ways that took years to understand and address. The trauma that Helena and the Baron experienced in their final moments became embedded in the very fabric of reality around the school, creating cold spots and areas of inexplicable dread that served as permanent reminders of the prices that could be extracted by obsession and desperation. The return of Helena and the Baron as ghosts was not immediate, but gradual, their spirits coalescing over months as the magical and emotional forces that had created their deaths slowly organized themselves into forms that could interact with the physical world. Helena's manifestation was characterized by profound sadness and regret. Her ghostly existence focused on the diadem that had been lost in the forest, and her desperate desire to somehow undo the damage her actions had caused. The Baron's return was marked by rage and self-loathing that made him dangerous even in death, his chains manifesting as physical reality that bound him to eternal punishment for crimes that could never be forgiven or forgotten. Their interactions as ghosts reflected the unresolved conflicts and traumas that had defined their deaths, with the Baron's obsessive pursuit continuing in spiritual form, while Helena's attempts to escape and find peace were frustrated by the very nature of ghostly existence. The castle became a stage where their tragedy played out repeatedly, witnessed by generations of students who learned to navigate around their pain while never fully understanding its origins or implications. The impact on Rowena's remaining years was profound and heartbreaking, as she threw herself into magical research with renewed intensity, while simultaneously withdrawing from human relationships that might have provided comfort and healing. Her attempts to contact Helena's spirit through necromantic magic were unsuccessful and ultimately destructive, weakening her own connection to life, while providing no relief from guilt and grief that consumed her remaining vitality. The diadem, recovered from the Albanian forest months after the murders, became both precious relic and cursed reminder of everything that had been lost through pride and misunderstanding. Rowena's attempts to use it were frustrated by painful associations with Helena's theft and death, while her efforts to modify or destroy it were prevented by magical safeguards that she herself had woven too thoroughly to easily overcome. The artifact became a symbol of the gap between intellectual achievement and emotional wisdom, a masterwork of magic that had contributed to the destruction of everything its creator truly valued. The Baron's role as unwilling guardian of Slytherin's secrets emerged gradually over the centuries, as his intimate knowledge of the castle's hidden passages and his ability to move through areas warded against the living made him valuable to those who sought to access forbidden knowledge or conduct activities that required secrecy. His cooperation was never willing, but compelled by the same magical forces that bound him to eternal penance, creating a relationship with Hogwarts' darker elements that was characterized by bitter resentment and helpless compliance. The educational implications of their tragedy became part of Hogwarts' hidden curriculum, lessons about obsession and family dysfunction that were never explicitly taught but absorbed through proximity to their ghostly presence. Students learned to recognize the warning signs of unhealthy attachment and the importance of seeking help when family relationships became toxic or destructive. The Baron's chains served as visual reminder of the prices extracted by violence and possession, while Helena's sadness demonstrated the costs of pride and emotional isolation. The rooms where Helena had lived during her brief time at Hogwarts became sites of pilgrimage for students struggling with family expectations and identity issues, though few understood why these particular spaces felt simultaneously comforting and melancholy. Her mother's tower remained largely unchanged for decades after Rowena's death, preserved as monument to intellectual achievement, while also serving as warning about the human costs of prioritizing research over relationships. The forest in Albania where the murders occurred remained magically scarred for centuries. Its trees, twisted by the violence that had been committed beneath their branches, its wildlife avoiding areas where blood had been spilled in service of delusion and desperation. Local magical communities spoke in whispers of the curse that lingered there, though few understood its origins or connection to the great school in distant Scotland. The broader wizarding world gradually absorbed the lessons of Helena and the Baron's tragedy through stories that were simplified and sanitized for easier consumption, but those who lived and worked at Hogwarts were never allowed the luxury of such comfortable distance. The daily presence of their spirits made their pain and mistakes impossible to ignore or forget, creating institutional memory that transcended individual lifetimes and shaped policies and practices for generations of educators and students. The founding family's response to the tragedy included enhanced screening procedures for staff and faculty, recognition that intellectual brilliance was not sufficient qualification for positions of trust and authority over young people. The Baron's appointment had been made based purely on magical ability and combat skills, without adequate investigation of his psychological stability or emotional maturity. Helena's death served as brutal education about the importance of considering character and mental health, alongside academic achievement when making decisions that affected vulnerable individuals. In the quiet hours when the castle slept and ghosts could move freely through passages that memory had carved deeper than stone, Helena and the Baron continued their eternal dance of pursuit and flight, obsession and rejection, guilt and punishment. Their tragedy had become part of Hogwarts' foundation, as permanent and inescapable as the magical forces that held its walls together, a reminder that even the greatest achievements in magical education could not solve the fundamental problems of human nature or prevent the disasters that emerged when love became possessive, intelligence became isolation, and pride became destruction. The boy who would become the most feared dark wizard in history arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on a September evening when storm clouds gathered above the castle like omens written in wind and rain. Tom Marvolo Riddle stepped from the scarlet steam engine with the careful composure of someone already practiced in deception, his handsome features arranged in expressions of appropriate wonder and gratitude that concealed thoughts no 11-year-old should have possessed. The other first years chatted with nervous excitement about the adventures ahead, but Tom's dark eyes surveyed the ancient castle with the calculating gaze of a conqueror measuring future territory. His arrival had been preceded by reports from Wool's orphanage that painted a disturbing picture of a child whose magical abilities manifested in ways that suggested profound psychological disturbance rather than simple accidental magic. The incidents documented by the orphanage staff, dead rabbits hung in his wardrobe, other children's possessions stolen and hidden in a cave, inexplicable fears and nightmares experienced by those who crossed him, should have raised immediate concerns about his suitability for education, alongside innocent magical children. But Dumbledore, who had personally retrieved Tom from the Muggle institution, chose to interpret these warning signs as evidence of power that required proper guidance rather than clear indicators of a fundamentally corrupt nature. The Sorting Hat's deliberation over Tom's placement lasted longer than usual, not because his house affiliation was uncertain, but because the ancient artifact was struggling to process magical signatures that seemed to exist in patterns it had never encountered before. The intelligence was unmistakable, brilliant beyond anything the Hat had sensed in decades of sorting students. The ambition was equally clear, burning with intensity that made even Salazar Slytherin's lingering consciousness within the Hat feel something approaching concern. But beneath these familiar qualities lay something else, an emptiness where normal human emotions should have existed, a void that the Hat found deeply unsettling even as it recognized that Slytherin House was the only possible destination for such a student. Tom's integration into Slytherin House was immediate and remarkably effective, his natural charisma and obvious magical ability earning him respect and followers among classmates who were predisposed to value power and cunning above other qualities. But even among students raised in families that celebrated dark magic and pure-blood supremacy, Tom's approach to relationships was notable for its calculating coldness and complete absence of genuine affection or loyalty. He collected friends and admirers like specimens to be studied and exploited, understanding intuitively how to manipulate their desires and fears to serve his own purposes. His academic performance was nothing short of extraordinary, demonstrating mastery of magical theory and practical application that exceeded anything his professors had previously encountered. Tom absorbed information with voracious hunger, but his questions revealed interests that consistently trended towards subjects that other students avoided or found disturbing. He was fascinated by pain and death, by magic that caused suffering, by spells and potions that could control or destroy human minds. His essays on these topics were brilliantly written and technically perfect, but they contained undertones that made even experienced educators uncomfortable. The first clear signs of Tom's willingness to commit murder for his own advancement appeared during his second year, though the evidence was so carefully concealed that the deaths appeared to be tragic accidents rather than deliberate acts of violence. A Ravenclaw student who had been researching the same obscure magical theory that Tom was investigating for a personal project was found dead in the library, apparently killed by a book that had been cursed to release lethal magical energy when opened to specific pages. The curse work was far too sophisticated for any student to have created, leading investigators to conclude that the book had been previously cursed by unknown persons and activated accidentally. But Tom's private journals from this period, discovered centuries later during archaeological excavation of areas where he had hidden personal belongings, revealed the truth about this and other early murders. The Ravenclaw student had indeed discovered information that Tom wanted to keep secret, research that would have interfered with his own plans for accessing forbidden knowledge. The curse that killed her had been Tom's creation, applied during a period when he had access to the library alone and could work without observation or interruption. The magical technique required for such sophisticated curse work was far beyond what any second-year student should have been able to achieve. But Tom had been supplementing his formal education through exploration of Hogwarts' darkest secrets and most dangerous magical resources. The restricted section of the library had been thoroughly penetrated through a combination of charm work that made librarians forget his presence and concealment spells that allowed him to remain hidden even during thorough searches. His reading during these nocturnal visits focused exclusively on subjects that the school's founders had deemed too dangerous for general study: necromancy, soul magic, techniques for creating and controlling dark creatures. The knowledge he gained from these forbidden sources was integrated with his formal magical education in ways that created capabilities no previous student had possessed. Tom understood not just how to cast specific spells, but how to modify and combine magical techniques to create entirely new forms of curse and enchantment. His grasp of magical theory was so comprehensive that he could reverse engineer spells from their effects, understand the underlying principles that governed even the most complex magical phenomena, and develop countermeasures for protective magic that had been considered impregnable. His third year was marked by increasingly bold experimentation with magic that tested the boundaries of what was possible within Hogwarts' protective wards and monitoring systems. Tom had learned to work around the castle's defensive enchantments by understanding their underlying logic and identifying gaps in coverage that could be exploited by someone with sufficient knowledge and skill. His private laboratory, hidden in chambers beneath the dungeons that most faculty members didn't know existed, became a site of magical research that would have horrified anyone who discovered its true purpose. The experiments he conducted in this hidden space were designed to test his theories about death and the soul, using magical creatures and occasionally fellow students as subjects for procedures that were both scientifically valuable and morally abhorrent. His methodology was rigorous, and his documentation meticulous, creating detailed records of magical techniques and their effects that demonstrated scientific objectivity combined with complete absence of empathy or moral constraint. The death of Myrtle Warren during Tom's fifth year represented not an accident or moment of lost control, but the culmination of years of careful preparation and planning. Tom had identified her as an ideal test subject for his most ambitious magical experiment, the creation of his first Horcrux through the deliberate murder of another human being. Myrtle was selected not randomly but through systematic evaluation of potential victims, chosen because her death would create minimal disruption to the school community while providing optimal magical conditions for the soul-splitting ritual he had discovered in the darkest texts of necromantic theory. The opening of the Chamber of Secrets was not impulsive revenge against Muggle-born students, but carefully calculated terror campaign designed to achieve multiple objectives simultaneously. Tom needed a cover story that would explain Myrtle's death without revealing his involvement, a way to test his control over Salazar Slytherin's basilisk, and an opportunity to observe how the school administration and wider wizarding community would respond to systematic attacks on students deemed unworthy by blood status considerations. His communication with the basilisk revealed magical abilities that went far beyond simple parseltongue, demonstrating an understanding of serpent psychology and magic that allowed him to impose his will on creatures whose intelligence and power should have made them nearly impossible to control. The 1,000-year-old basilisk that Slytherin had left in the chamber was not merely following Tom's commands, but had been fundamentally altered by extended exposure to his presence and magical influence. Its ancient consciousness gradually corrupted and reshaped to serve purposes its original master had never intended. The reign of terror that followed was methodically planned and executed with the precision of a military campaign, each attack carefully timed and targeted to create maximum psychological impact while minimizing the risk of Tom's detection or capture. The students who were petrified rather than killed were not saved by luck or the basilisk's restraint, but by Tom's conscious decision to limit fatalities to levels that would not result in the school's closure and the end of night. His access to its magical resources and educational opportunities. Myrtle's death was different because it served multiple purposes that made killing necessary rather than optional. Her murder provided the magical energy and trauma required for Horcrux creation, eliminated a potential witness who had become suspicious of Tom's activities in the chamber area, and created the crisis atmosphere that would allow him to frame Hagrid for the attacks, while positioning himself as the student hero who had solved the mystery and saved the school. The ritual that split Tom's soul for the first time was performed in the Chamber of Secrets itself, surrounded by the ancient magic that Salazar Slytherin had woven into the very stones, and enhanced by the presence of the basilisk, whose own magical essence had been corrupted through prolonged contact with dark forces. The physical and spiritual agony that accompanied the soul-splitting process was documented in Tom's private writings as simultaneously unbearable and exhilarating. The worst pain he had ever experienced, combined with a sense of power and transcendence that made the suffering seem worthwhile. The object chosen to house this first fragment of his soul was a diary that had belonged to his father, selected not for sentimental reasons, but because its connection to his despised Muggle heritage made it symbolically appropriate as a repository for the parts of himself he considered weak and dispensable. The enchantments he wove into the diary went far beyond simple Horcrux magic, creating an artifact that could influence and possess others while serving as an extension of his own consciousness and will. His manipulation of the school administration during the chamber crisis demonstrated political skills that complemented his magical abilities, showing an intuitive understanding of how to manage public opinion and institutional responses to create outcomes that served his interests. The faculty and ministry officials who investigated the attacks were systematically misdirected through carefully planted evidence and subtle magical influence, their conclusions shaped by information that Tom had deliberately provided while appearing to cooperate fully with their inquiries. The framing of Hagrid was a masterpiece of psychological manipulation that exploited existing prejudices and assumptions about dangerous magical creatures while playing upon the half-giant's genuine love for monsters that most people found terrifying. Tom understood that Hagrid's obvious affection for deadly creatures would make him a plausible suspect in the minds of people who were already predisposed to fear and distrust those who differed from normal wizarding society in appearance or background. The false evidence that led to Hagrid's expulsion was created through magical techniques that Tom had developed specifically for this purpose. Spells that could implant false memories and manufactured physical proof that would convince even careful investigation. The spider that was found in Hagrid's possession had been exposed to basilisk venom in carefully controlled doses that created symptoms consistent with chamber attacks, while leaving traces that expert analysis would interpret as evidence of Hagrid's involvement. Tom's apparent heroism in solving the mystery and stopping the attacks earned him recognition and rewards that provided access to previously restricted areas of magical knowledge and research. The special award for services to the school came with privileges that included unrestricted library access, permission to remain at Hogwarts during holidays, and informal mentorship from faculty members who saw him as representing the finest traditions of academic achievement and moral courage. But this recognition also brought increased scrutiny from Dumbledore, who had been monitoring Tom's development with growing concern since his initial recruitment from the orphanage. The Transfiguration Professor's suspicions were based not on specific evidence of wrongdoing, but on subtle patterns of behavior and magical emanation that suggested psychological and spiritual corruption that went far beyond normal. Adolescent difficulties or moral confusion. The conversations between Tom and Dumbledore during this period were careful duels of wit and will, each participant attempting to gather information about the other's knowledge and intentions, while revealing as little as possible about their own. Tom's ability to maintain facades of innocence and respectful gratitude was tested by Dumbledore's penetrating questions and magical senses that could detect deception even when it was expertly concealed. The murder of his paternal relatives during the summer following his 5th year represented an escalation in both the scope and personal significance of Tom's killing, as he turned his lethal abilities against family members whose only crime was sharing his despised Muggle heritage. The Riddle family's deaths were planned as both practical elimination of witnesses to his origins and symbolic rejection of the non-magical ancestry that he blamed for every weakness and limitation he perceived within himself. The magical technique used to kill the Riddles was more sophisticated than simple killing curses, involving spells that caused death through fear and magical shock rather than direct destruction of life force. Tom wanted their deaths to appear mysterious and inexplicable to Muggle authorities, while providing him with the psychological satisfaction of knowing that his victims' final moments had been filled with terror and helplessness. His grandfather and grandmother died first, their advanced age making them particularly vulnerable to the magical attacks that induced fatal heart failure through carefully controlled applications of fear-inducing enchantments. His father's death was more prolonged and elaborate, reflecting the particular hatred Tom felt for the man whose abandonment of his mother had created the circumstances of his own unwanted birth and institutional upbringing. The Riddle murders provided the magical trauma necessary for creating his second Horcrux, the ring that had belonged to his maternal grandfather, and carried within it the Resurrection Stone, whose legendary properties made it symbolically appropriate as a repository for soul fragments. The ring's enchantment was even more complex than the diaries, incorporating not just Horcrux magic, but protective curses that would kill anyone who attempted to wear or destroy it without proper knowledge and preparation. The psychological changes that accompanied Tom's second soul-splitting were more pronounced and disturbing than those that had followed his first murder, suggesting that each successive Horcrux creation caused cumulative damage to his fundamental humanity and moral capacity. His ability to form genuine emotional connections, already severely limited, disappeared entirely as the portions of his soul that contained capacity for love and empathy were literally severed from his conscious personality and imprisoned within inanimate objects. His return to Hogwarts for his 6th and 7th years was marked by increasingly bold recruitment efforts among students whose backgrounds and temperaments made them suitable for the criminal organization he was beginning to assemble. The future Death Eaters who would serve his adult ambitions were identified and cultivated during this period, their loyalty secured through combinations of charismatic persuasion, magical coercion, and carefully orchestrated demonstrations of his power and ruthlessness. The students he selected for his inner circle were not chosen randomly, but represented specific capabilities and connections that would be valuable for his long-term plans of magical supremacy and political control. Each recruit was evaluated not just for magical ability, but for psychological weaknesses that could be exploited to ensure absolute obedience, family connections that could provide access to influential circles, and moral flexibility that would allow participation in activities that might disturb more principled individuals. His magical research during these final school years focused increasingly on immortality and methods for transcending the normal limitations of human existence and magical power. The creation of multiple Horcruxes was only one aspect of a comprehensive program of self-enhancement that included experimentation with magical augmentation, studies of possession and spiritual dominance, and investigation of ancient magic that could reshape reality itself according to his will and desires. The professors who taught him during this period were systematically manipulated and deceived, their expertise exploited to advance his education in subjects they would never have willingly taught if they had understood his true intentions and moral character. His essays and project work were carefully crafted to conceal his actual interests, while demonstrating the academic excellence that earned him privileges and recognition that facilitated his access to increasingly dangerous magical knowledge. The founding of what would eventually become the Death Eater organization began during Tom's final year at Hogwarts, as he formalized the relationships he had been building with like-minded students and began planning for the terrorist campaign that would follow his graduation. The group's initial meetings were conducted in the same hidden chambers where he had performed his early magical experiments, creating an atmosphere of secrecy and shared transgression that bonded members together while making betrayal psychologically difficult and practically dangerous. The magical oaths that bound these early followers were more sophisticated and controlling than simple loyalty pledges, involving soul magic that created permanent connections between Tom and his subordinates that would allow him to monitor their thoughts and activities throughout their lives. These enchantments were presented as symbols of brotherhood and shared commitment, but their true purpose was ensuring absolute control over individuals whose knowledge of his secrets made them potential threats to his security and plans. His graduation from Hogwarts was marked by academic honors and recognition that provided perfect cover for the beginning of his transformation from brilliant student into the most dangerous dark wizard in centuries. The professors who praised his achievements and predicted bright futures for his career were unwitting accessories to the creation of a monster whose education at their hands had provided him with both the knowledge and opportunities necessary to threaten everything they claimed to value and protect. The job applications he submitted following graduation were not genuine attempts to find employment, but intelligence-gathering operations designed to provide access to organizations and institutions that he planned to infiltrate or destroy. His interviews with potential employers allowed him to study the security measures and internal dynamics of groups that might pose obstacles to his future plans, while creating false impressions of his character and ambitions that would serve as protective camouflage during his early criminal career. The transformation from Tom Riddle into Lord Voldemort was already well underway by the time he left Hogwarts, though the full extent of his corruption and the scope of his ambitions remained hidden from those who had known him as a student. The handsome and charming young man who had earned the admiration of faculty and fellow students was becoming something that barely qualified as human. His artificial immortality purchased through methods that had stripped away everything noble or redeemable in his original nature. The murders he had committed during his school years were not isolated incidents of violence, but foundation stones of a criminal empire that would eventually threaten the entire wizarding world with destruction and enslavement. Each death had served multiple purposes: advancing his magical research, testing his developing abilities, eliminating obstacles to his plans, and providing the spiritual trauma necessary for creating artifacts that would ensure his survival, even if his physical body were destroyed. The Horcruxes he had created represented not just insurance against death, but active extensions of his malevolent will that would continue to spread corruption and chaos even in his absence. The diary that would later possess Ginny Weasley and reopen the Chamber of Secrets was designed not merely as hiding place for soul fragments, but as weapon that could be used to continue his work through manipulation and control of others. The basilisk that had served his purposes during the Chamber Crisis remained in his mental control even after graduation, a 1,000-year-old serpent whose loyalty had been secured through magical techniques that went far beyond simple parcel-tongue communication. The creature would continue to serve his interests for decades, its presence in the school's depths providing both security for his hidden artifacts and potential weapon that could be activated whenever circumstances required. His understanding of Hogwarts' secrets and vulnerabilities was comprehensive and detailed, gained through 7 years of systematic exploration and magical analysis that had revealed information unknown even to the castle's faculty and administration. This knowledge would prove invaluable during his later campaigns against the wizarding establishment, providing tactical advantages that contributed significantly to his early successes and the terror his name would eventually inspire. The students and professors who had known Tom Riddle would struggle for decades to reconcile their memories of the brilliant and charming young man with the monster he became, their inability to recognize his true nature serving as painful reminder of how completely evil could disguise itself as excellence and virtue. The boy who had been head boy, winner of academic awards, recipient of special services recognition, had used every honor and opportunity to advance plans that would eventually cost thousands of lives and threaten the foundations of civilized magical society. The legacy of his Hogwarts years extended far beyond his personal transformation into the most feared dark wizard in history, creating institutional changes and security measures that reflected hard-won understanding of how traditional educational approaches could be exploited by those whose intelligence was matched by complete moral corruption. The school that had prided itself on nurturing potential in all its students was forced to confront the reality that some potential was too dangerous to develop, and some students were too fundamentally damaged to be helped through conventional means. The chambers and passages he had discovered and used for his secret research were sealed or heavily warded, following investigations that revealed the extent of his unauthorized activities, though some locations remained hidden and would not be found until decades later, when archaeological efforts attempted to understand the full scope of his early magical experiments. The artifacts and research materials he had left behind provided disturbing insights into the development of magical techniques that would later terrorize the wizarding world. The psychological profile that emerged from analysis of his student records and surviving magical traces painted a picture of corruption so complete and fundamental that it challenged basic assumptions about human nature and the possibility of redemption. Tom Riddle had not been transformed into a monster by circumstances or external influences, but had chosen, consciously and deliberately, to sacrifice his humanity in pursuit of power and immortality that he valued more than any moral consideration. In the quiet hours when Hogwarts slept and ghosts walked through corridors where he had once planned murder and practiced dark magic, the castle itself seemed to remember the presence of its most dangerous student, the shadows deeper in places where he had conducted his experiments, the stones themselves retaining impressions of malevolent magic that would never be completely cleansed or forgotten. The 4 young wizards who would become known to history as the Marauders arrived at Hogwarts during an era when the wizarding world still basked in the afterglow of Grindelwald's defeat, when dark magic seemed safely contained in the past, and the future promised nothing more threatening than ordinary adolescent mischief and academic achievement. James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew were sorted into Gryffindor House, with the expectation that they would embody the noble qualities of courage and honor that the house represented, that their magical education would shape them into protectors of the innocent and defenders of justice. But the reality of their school years would prove far more complex and morally ambiguous than anyone could have predicted. James Potter entered Hogwarts carrying the weight of family expectations and pure-blood privilege that had shaped his understanding of his place in the wizarding world since earliest childhood. The Potter family's reputation for producing exceptional wizards who fought against dark forces created pressure to excel that might have crushed a less naturally gifted student. But James possessed magical abilities and personal charisma that seemed to guarantee success in whatever endeavors he chose to pursue. His confidence was absolute and occasionally insufferable, rooted in a lifetime of being told that he was special and destined for greatness that few could match or challenge. Sirius Black's arrival was marked by rebellion against family traditions that had celebrated dark magic and pure-blood supremacy for generations, his sorting into Gryffindor House representing a dramatic rejection of everything the Black family stood for and believed. But his rebellion carried within it seeds of the same arrogance and disregard for consequences that had characterized his ancestors' embrace of dark arts, suggesting that his moral awakening was perhaps less complete than he wanted to believe. The anger that drove his rejection of his family's values would prove to be a dangerous force that could be turned against anyone who threatened or challenged his new identity and chosen loyalties. Remus Lupin's integration into the group was complicated by the lycanthropy that marked him as fundamentally different from his peers and created daily challenges that none of them could fully understand or share. His condition was not simply a medical problem to be managed, but a source of constant shame and self-loathing that colored every interaction and decision, making him desperate for acceptance, while simultaneously convinced that he was unworthy of the friendship and loyalty his companions offered. The guilt he carried about his nature as a werewolf would make him complicit in activities that his moral instincts recognized as wrong. His fear of rejection, overriding ethical considerations that might have prevented tragedy. Peter Pettigrew's inclusion in their circle was based more on proximity and circumstance than genuine compatibility of interests or character, his magical abilities and personal courage falling short of the standards his friends set through their own achievements and adventures. His hero worship of James and Sirius created psychological dependencies that were unhealthy for everyone involved, while his resentment of his secondary status within the group planted seeds of betrayal that would eventually grow into catastrophic consequences for all their families and the wizarding world at large. The friendship that developed between them was intense and consuming, creating bonds that transcended normal social relationships to become something approaching religious devotion to their shared identity as outcasts and rule breakers. They saw themselves as modern knights errant, fighting against injustice and stupidity wherever they found it, their illegal activities justified by noble intentions, and the obviously corrupt nature of many school rules and authority figures. But their definition of injustice was narrow and self-serving, focused primarily on threats to their own comfort and social status, rather than genuine concern for those who lacked their privileges and protection. The discovery of Remus's lycanthropy during their second year created the first major test of their friendship and revealed both the depth of their loyalty and the dangerous lengths to which they were willing to go to protect one another from consequences that might threaten their group cohesion. Their decision to become animagi was presented as heroic sacrifice in service of helping their suffering friend, but it also represented a fundamental rejection of adult authority and institutional safeguards that existed for legitimate reasons they were too young and arrogant to understand or respect. The magical technique required to achieve voluntary transformation into animal form was far beyond what third and fourth year students should have attempted, involving dangerous rituals and experimental procedures that could have resulted in permanent damage or death if executed improperly. Their success was due partly to exceptional magical ability, but largely to reckless courage that bordered on stupidity, their willingness to risk everything for friendship admirable in its devotion, but terrifying in its disregard for rational safety considerations. The psychological impact of regular transformation into animal consciousness was more profound than any of them anticipated, creating fundamental changes in their personalities and moral reasoning that would influence their behavior throughout their remaining years at Hogwarts and beyond. James's stag form reinforced his natural arrogance and tendency toward dominance displays, while Sirius's transformation into a large black dog enhanced aggressive instincts that were already too prominent in his character. Peter's rat form reflected and amplified his natural tendency toward cowardice and self-preservation at the expense of loyalty or moral principle. But it was the monthly expeditions into the Forbidden Forest that revealed the true darkness lurking beneath their surface, friendship and noble intentions, as they engaged in activities that put not just themselves but innocent students and faculty at enormous risk. The werewolf that Remus became during full moon transformations was not a harmless creature made safe by friendly company, but a dangerous predator whose behavior could not be predicted or controlled. Regardless of his human intelligence and moral character, the near-miss incidents that occurred during these nocturnal adventures were carefully concealed from school authorities and even from Remus himself, who was told that his transformations had been safely contained and supervised when the reality was far more chaotic and dangerous. Students who reported strange sounds or glimpses of large animals in areas where they should not have existed were dismissed as experiencing nightmares or seeking attention, their concerns ignored by faculty members who trusted the marauders' carefully constructed facades of innocence and respectability. The whomping willow that was planted to conceal the entrance to Remus's transformation space became an instrument of violence that injured numerous students over the years, its aggressive defensive mechanisms causing broken bones, lacerations, and magical trauma that required extended treatment at the hospital wing. The tree's violent nature was justified as necessary security for protecting a dangerous secret, but the casualties it inflicted were dismissed as acceptable costs for maintaining the greater good of keeping Remus's condition hidden from those who might react with fear or prejudice. The psychological toll of these injuries on their victims was never acknowledged or addressed. Students who suffered permanent disability or psychological trauma from encounters with the willow, receiving no explanation for why they had been hurt or assurance that steps would be taken to prevent similar incidents. Some developed lasting fears of magical plants and outdoor spaces that affected their ability to participate fully in their magical education, while others experienced nightmares and anxiety disorders that went untreated because the true cause of their trauma could not be revealed without exposing secrets that the school administration was determined to protect. The most serious incident occurred during their 4th year, when a first-year student stumbled upon their group during a forest expedition and was nearly killed by the transformed werewolf before James and Sirius could intervene. The child's injuries were extensive and required memory modification to prevent questions about how such wounds could have been inflicted, the magical intervention leaving permanent gaps in his recollection that would create lifelong confusion and psychological instability. The guilt that should have followed this near tragedy was instead channeled into elaborate justifications and increased security measures that were designed more to protect the marauders from consequences than to prevent future injuries to innocent victims. They convinced themselves that the incident was an acceptable accident in service of a greater good, that their monthly adventures were too important to abandon despite the obvious dangers they created for everyone around them. Their treatment of Severus Snape represented the darkest aspect of their shared moral blindness, revealing how group dynamics and peer pressure could transform ordinary teenage cruelty into systematic psychological torture that would have lifelong consequences for everyone involved. The bullying began with incidents that seemed minor and even justified by Snape's own unpleasant personality and association with students who celebrated dark magic, but it escalated over years into coordinated campaigns of humiliation and violence that went far beyond normal adolescent conflict. James's motivations were complex and rooted in competitive instincts that were amplified by his transformation experiences and his desperate desire to impress Lily Evans, whose friendship with Snape represented both romantic obstacle and challenge to his understanding of how the social hierarchy should operate. His attacks on Snape were performances designed to demonstrate his own superiority and desirability, while undermining a rival whose academic achievements and obvious intelligence threatened James's sense of natural dominance. Sirius's participation was driven by darker impulses that reflected his own traumatic family background and need to prove his rejection of everything associated with dark magic and pure-blood supremacy. Snape represented everything Sirius was trying to escape and distance himself from, making him a perfect target for violence that was really directed at Sirius's own heritage and the aspects of himself that he found most shameful and threatening. The public humiliation incidents that became legendary among their classmates were carefully planned theatrical productions designed to maximize Snape's psychological suffering while minimizing the perpetrator's risk of serious punishment. The most famous of these, the incident by the lake where Snape was hung upside down and exposed to the mockery of assembled students, was not spontaneous outbreak of teenage aggression, but calculated assault designed to destroy his social standing and self-respect in ways that would be permanently damaging. The magical techniques used in these attacks were sophisticated and cruel, designed to cause maximum humiliation, while leaving minimal physical evidence that could be used by faculty members seeking to assign appropriate punishment. Spells that caused uncontrollable bodily functions, hexes that triggered embarrassing emotional responses, jinxes that made victims appear foolish or incompetent, all were employed with precision that demonstrated advanced magical ability channeled toward purely destructive purposes. Remus's failure to intervene effectively in these bullying campaigns represented perhaps the greatest moral failure of his character. His position as prefect, providing both opportunity and responsibility to protect vulnerable students that he abandoned in service of maintaining friendships that he valued more than abstract principles of justice or fairness. His guilt about his own dark nature made him reluctant to judge others' moral failings, while his fear of losing the only acceptance he had ever known prevented him from taking stands that might have alienated his friends. Peter's role in the group's activities was typically secondary, but often more vicious than the others. His resentment of his marginal status finding outlet in cruelty toward those who were even more vulnerable and isolated than himself. His suggestions for escalating their attacks often pushed beyond what James or Sirius might have considered on their own. His desire to prove his worth to the group overcoming whatever conscience he possessed about the suffering they were inflicting. The long-term impact on Snape's psychological development and moral choices was profound and irreversible, creating wounds that would influence his behavior for the rest of his life and contribute to decisions that would eventually threaten the safety of the entire wizarding world. The systematic humiliation he endured during his school years convinced him that power was the only protection against those who would exploit weakness, that mercy was a luxury he could not afford if he wanted to survive in a world that seemed designed to crush anyone who showed vulnerability. His academic achievements, which might have provided foundation for a productive career in magical research or education, became instead tools for gaining the recognition and respect that had been denied him during his school years. His knowledge of dark magic, initially pursued out of intellectual curiosity and family tradition, became weapons in service of protecting himself from further humiliation and asserting dominance over those who had once made him powerless. The friendship between James and Lily Evans that eventually led to their marriage was built on foundations that included James's gradual recognition that his treatment of Snape was indefensible and immoral. But this moral awakening came too late to repair the damage that had been done or prevent the consequences that would eventually cost both James and Lily their lives. Snape's decision to join the Death Eaters was influenced by many factors, but the systematic cruelty he experienced at James's hands created personal motivations for revenge that made Voldemort's ideological appeals particularly compelling. The near-murder incident involving Snape and the werewolf during their 6th year represented the moment when the Marauders' casual disregard for others' safety crossed the line into actual attempted homicide, though the legal and moral implications were carefully obscured by school administrators, who were more concerned with avoiding scandal than ensuring justice. Sirius's decision to tell Snape how to reach the Shrieking Shack during a full moon was not spontaneous prank, but deliberate attempt to orchestrate his death in a way that would appear to be accident or the result of his own foolish curiosity. The psychological dynamics that led to this near tragedy were complex and revealing, demonstrating how group loyalty could be twisted into justification for monstrous acts when combined with adolescent arrogance and systematic dehumanization of targeted victims. Sirius had convinced himself that Snape deserved whatever consequences his curiosity might bring, that someone who persisted in investigating their secrets despite obvious warnings was essentially volunteering for whatever punishment they encountered. James's last-minute intervention that saved Snape's life was presented as heroic action that redeemed his previous bad behavior, but the reality was more complicated and morally ambiguous. His decision to prevent Snape's death was motivated as much by fear of consequences for Remus and the group as by genuine concern for their victims' welfare. His heroism tainted by self-interest and recognition that allowing the murder to proceed would create problems that might destroy everything they had built together. The aftermath of the incident created permanent changes in the group's dynamics and individual psychological states that would influence their behavior for the rest of their lives. Remus was devastated by the recognition that his condition had been weaponized by his friends that the trust and acceptance he had valued so highly had not prevented them from using his transformation as instrument of attempted murder. The guilt he felt about nearly killing Snape, combined with anger at being manipulated to create emotional trauma that would affect his relationships and decision-making for decades. Sirius's reaction to the consequences of his actions revealed the depths of his psychological instability and moral blindness, his inability to accept full responsibility for what he had attempted, reflecting character flaws that would later make him vulnerable to manipulation, and poor judgment that would contribute to his eventual imprisonment and the destruction of his godson's family. His tendency to minimize the seriousness of his actions and focus on the unfairness of being punished rather than the harm he had nearly caused became patterns that would repeat throughout his adult life. Peter's response to the crisis was typically focused on self-preservation rather than moral reflection, his primary concern being how the incident might affect his own standing within the group and his prospects for avoiding serious consequences. His readiness to abandon moral principles whenever they conflicted with his personal interests foreshadowed the ultimate betrayal that would cost James and Lily their lives and deliver Harry Potter into Voldemort's hands. The magical oath of secrecy that bound all parties to silence about the werewolf incident was more than simple promise to keep quiet but enchanted contract that prevented disclosure while allowing all participants to avoid dealing honestly with the moral implications of what had occurred. The magic that enforced their silence also prevented the kind of honest communication and accountability that might have led to genuine learning and growth, instead fostering resentment and psychological wounds that would fester for years. The faculty members who dealt with the aftermath were complicit in covering up an attempted murder that should have resulted in expulsion and possible criminal charges. Their decision to prioritize institutional reputation and the personal welfare of privileged students over justice and public safety, representing moral failure that would have broader consequences when these same young men graduated into positions of authority and responsibility within wizarding society. Dumbledore's role in managing the crisis was particularly troubling. His decision to protect the marauders through a combination of magical intervention and institutional privilege, revealing the same favoritism and moral blindness that would later lead him to make catastrophic errors in judgment about Tom Place, Riddle, and other dangerous individuals. His recognition of exceptional talent and potential led him to excuse behavior that would have been unforgivable in less gifted students, creating precedents that undermined the school's moral authority and educational mission. The 7th year that followed was marked by uneasy peace rather than genuine reconciliation, the various parties maintaining minimal civility while nursing resentments and psychological wounds that would never fully heal. James's relationship with Lily deepened partly because she represented moral redemption and the possibility of becoming the person he wanted to be rather than accepting the reality of what he had already become. But their love story was built on foundations that included systematic denial about the true extent of his participation in years of cruelty and violence. The graduation ceremony that marked the end of their Hogwarts careers was celebrated as triumph of friendship and personal growth. 4 young men who had supported each other through the challenges of adolescence and emerged stronger and more mature for their shared experiences. But the reality was more complex and darker, as they left school carrying psychological scars and moral compromises that would shape their adult lives in ways that would eventually prove tragic for everyone involved. The adult careers that followed their graduation reflected both their exceptional magical abilities and the character flaws that had been shaped and amplified during their school years. James and Lily joining the fight against Voldemort's rising power, while Sirius channeled his need for excitement and danger into increasingly reckless activities that would eventually provide opening for the betrayal that would destroy them all. Remus's guilt about his nature and his past failures made him ineffective as a fighter against dark forces, while Peter's fundamental cowardice and resentment made him vulnerable to recruitment by the very enemies they were trying to defeat. The transformation of their friendship from source of strength and loyalty into instrument of destruction was gradual and largely invisible to the participants themselves. Their shared history of moral compromise and mutual enablement, creating blindness to warning signs that might have been obvious to outside observers. The secrets they had kept and the lies they had told during their school years created patterns of deception and self-justification that would eventually make possible betrayals that would have been unthinkable during their early years of genuine affection and mutual support. The werewolf transformations that had brought them together as conspirators against adult authority continued throughout their adult lives, but without the excuse of adolescent ignorance to justify the risks they took and the casualties they caused. The injuries and psychological trauma inflicted by their monthly expeditions accumulated over years, creating lasting damage that affected dozens of innocent people who never knew why they had been hurt or what could have been done to prevent their suffering. The Whomping Willow remained as permanent monument to their moral failures, its violent nature continuing to injure students long after the marauders had graduated and moved on to other concerns. The tree's legacy of violence served as metaphor for how their school years had created institutional changes and cultural patterns that would outlast their personal involvement, their influence on Hogwarts extending far beyond their individual actions to shape the experiences of future generations of students. In the quiet hours when ghosts walked through corridors where they had once planned pranks and practiced illegal magic, the castle itself seemed to remember their presence through shadows that fell differently in places where they had conducted their most morally questionable activities. The stones retaining impressions of choices that had seemed insignificant at the time, but whose consequences rippled outward to affect countless lives in ways that could never be predicted or controlled. The boy who would become the most conflicted figure in the war against dark magic was born on a winter morning, when snow fell like tears upon Spinner's End, the narrow street where poverty and magical talent existed in uneasy tension beneath skies that seemed perpetually grey with industrial smoke and accumulated despair. Severus Snape entered the world carrying burdens that no child should bear, his first breath drawn in a house where love had curdled into resentment and hope had been systematically destroyed by circumstances that seemed designed to crush whatever potential might dare to emerge from such unpromising soil. His father, Tobias Snape, was a man whose disappointments had fermented into rage that found expression through violence against those too weak to defend themselves. His hatred of magic serving as convenient excuse for cruelties that were really rooted in his own failures and inadequacies as husband, father, and human being. The discovery that his wife possessed abilities he could never understand or control had transformed whatever affection he might once have felt into bitter resentment that poisoned every interaction and made their home a battleground where love was casualty rather than objective. Eileen Prince's marriage to a Muggle had been an act of rebellion against pure-blood traditions that had constrained her youth, but the romance that had seemed so liberating during their courtship had devolved into daily misery that made her question every choice she had made in service of what she had mistaken for love. Her magical abilities, once a source of pride and identity, became weapons turned against her by a husband who saw them as evidence of fundamental wrongness that justified his escalating patterns of abuse and control. Young Severus grew up navigating between two worlds that offered him no sanctuary or acceptance, his magical nature making him alien to the Muggle community, where his father demanded he find his place, while his poverty and mixed heritage marked him as inferior to the pure-blood families who dominated magical society. The clothes he wore were shabby and ill-fitting, his appearance unkempt in ways that reflected not just material poverty, but the emotional neglect that characterized his home environment, where survival took precedence over nurturing and basic safety could never be assumed. The magical accidents that marked his childhood were not gentle manifestations of developing ability, but violent explosions of repressed anger and pain that reflected the psychological pressures he endured daily, his power shaped by trauma in ways that would influence his approach to magic for the rest of his life. Windows shattered when his father's voice reached certain volumes. Kitchen implements flew through the air during particularly vicious arguments between his parents, and neighborhood cats fled from areas where his emotional state reached levels that made the very air seem to crackle with hostile energy. His first encounter with Lily Evans in the park near their homes was like glimpsing sunlight after years of living in perpetual shadow. Her genuine interest in his magical knowledge and acceptance of his unusual appearance, providing the first positive human connection he had ever experienced. She listened to his explanations of magical theory and practice with fascination rather than fear, her questions revealing intelligence that matched his own, while her kindness demonstrated possibilities for human interaction that his family experience had taught him were myths or lies, designed to manipulate the gullible. The friendship that developed between them was built on shared intellectual curiosity and mutual recognition of exceptional abilities that set them apart from their more ordinary peers. But it was complicated by the vast differences in their family backgrounds and the psychological damage that Severus had already sustained during his formative years. Lily's warmth and emotional stability provided healing that he desperately needed, but his capacity to accept and reciprocate such kindness had been severely compromised by years of systematic abuse and neglect. Their conversations about magic revealed the depth and sophistication of Severus's understanding even before formal education began, his desperate hunger for knowledge, leading him to absorb every scrap of information he could find about spells and potions and magical theory that might provide escape from the misery of his daily existence. Books became refuges where he could disappear for hours, their pages offering worlds where power and intelligence were valued rather than punished, where someone like him might find respect and recognition rather than mockery and violence. The Christmas morning when Lily defended him from the cruel comments of other neighborhood children was perhaps the moment when his feelings for her deepened beyond simple friendship into the obsessive devotion that would define the rest of his emotional life, her willingness to stand up for him when no one else would, providing validation of his worth that he had never received from family or other sources. But the intensity of his gratitude and attachment was already unhealthy, rooted in desperation rather than genuine affection, creating dependencies that would eventually poison what might have remained a positive relationship. His arrival at Hogwarts was marked by hope and terror in equal measure. The promise of magical education and escape from Spinner's End balanced against fears that his poverty and peculiar background would make him outcast even among fellow magical students. The Sorting Hat's placement of him in Slytherin House was inevitable given his intelligence, ambition, and growing fascination with power as solution to vulnerability, but it also separated him from Lily in ways that would create increasingly difficult social and political pressures on their friendship. The dormitory he shared with fellow Slytherin students was the closest thing to luxury he had ever experienced, but the social dynamics were treacherous for someone whose background differed so dramatically from the pure-blood aristocracy that dominated the house. His roommates' casual wealth and inherited prejudices created constant reminders of his outsider status. while his superior academic abilities earned resentment from those who expected their social advantages to translate into educational success without effort or competition from inferiors. His relationship with the older Slytherin students, who would eventually become Death Eaters, began with what seemed like mentorship and acceptance. Their interest in his intellectual abilities and knowledge of dark magic providing the recognition and belonging he had craved throughout his lonely childhood. But their influence was corrupting from the beginning, encouraging his worst impulses while providing ideological frameworks that justified hatred and revenge as legitimate responses to the injustices he had endured. The pure-blood supremacist theories that pervaded Slytherin culture offered explanations for his suffering that placed blame on Muggles and Muggle-born wizards, rather than examining the complex social and economic factors that had shaped his family's dysfunction. According to these comfortable lies, his father's violence was a natural result of mixing magical and non-magical bloodlines, while his mother's failures were caused by her unfortunate choice to marry beneath her station rather than by the systematic abuse she had endured for years. His academic performance in subjects like potions and defense against the dark arts was exceptional from his first year, but his interests consistently trended toward magic that could cause harm or provide control over others, reflecting psychological needs that proper counseling might have addressed before they became dangerous obsessions. His essays explored the theoretical applications of pain-inflicting curses with enthusiasm that concerned his professors, while his practical work demonstrated abilities that exceeded anything they had seen from students his age. The bullying he endured at the hands of James Potter and the other marauders was systematic and relentless, designed to destroy his self-respect and social standing in ways that would leave permanent psychological scars and create lifelong patterns of hatred and desire for revenge. The public humiliations were carefully orchestrated to maximize his suffering while minimizing the perpetrator's risk of serious punishment, their tactics refined through years of practice until they achieved levels of cruelty that should have resulted in expulsion or criminal charges. The incident by the lake during their 5th year, when he was hung upside down and exposed to the mockery of assembled students while Lily watched in horror, represented the complete destruction of his remaining hopes for normal human relationships and social acceptance. The humiliation was bad enough, but watching Lily's reaction and her subsequent rejection of his desperate attempt to apologize taught him that kindness was luxury he could not afford, and vulnerability was weakness that would always be exploited by those with power to destroy him. His use of the word mudblood in that moment of extreme emotional distress was not just expression of prejudice he had absorbed from his Slytherin associates, but weapon specifically chosen to inflict maximum pain on the person whose opinion mattered most to him. His desperate need to hurt her reflecting the depth of his own psychological wounds and his inability to process the shame and anger he felt without lashing out at those he loved most. The self-destructive nature of his response revealed how completely the bullying had corrupted his ability to maintain healthy relationships. The loss of Lily's friendship that followed was devastating beyond his ability to articulate or cope with effectively, leaving him without the single positive relationship that had provided hope and motivation throughout his most difficult years. Her absence from his life created emptiness that was gradually filled with hatred and plans for revenge. His emotional energy, redirected toward becoming powerful enough to make those who had hurt him pay for their cruelties, while proving his superiority to everyone who had dismissed or underestimated him. His gradual seduction by Death Eater ideology was facilitated by the psychological vulnerability created by years of abuse and systematic humiliation. His desperate need for belonging and recognition, making him susceptible to recruitment by those who offered power and respect in exchange for loyalty to causes he didn't fully understand or believe in. The older students who served as his mentors presented dark magic and pure blood supremacy as solutions to problems that conventional approaches had failed to address. Their arguments convincing because they offered explanations for his suffering that placed blame on external enemies rather than examining his own contributions to his social isolation. His recruitment as a Death Eater during his 7th year was an inevitable result of psychological conditioning that had been ongoing since his first day in Slytherin House. But it was also conscious choice made by someone who understood the moral implications of his decision and chose power over principle because he had learned to value survival and revenge above abstract concepts of right and wrong. The dark mark burned into his arm represented not just magical binding to Voldemort's service, but permanent mark of his rejection of everything Lily had tried to teach him about goodness and human potential. The years immediately following graduation were marked by increasingly serious criminal activities that demonstrated his rapid advancement within Voldemort's organization and his growing reputation as someone whose intelligence and magical abilities made him valuable for operations that required subtlety and sophistication rather than simple brutality. His work developing new curses and poisons earned recognition from colleagues who had initially dismissed him as inferior due to his mixed heritage, while his tactical planning abilities made him indispensable for missions that required careful coordination and psychological insight. But beneath his apparent success and growing influence lay profound unhappiness and self-loathing that were only partially masked by his achievements and the respect he commanded from fellow Death Eaters. The power he had sought as protection against vulnerability had instead isolated him further from normal human connection, while the ideological commitments he had made in service of belonging had required him to betray every positive value that Lily had tried to instill in him during their friendship. His surveillance of potential targets for Death Eater operations brought him regular information about Order of the Phoenix activities, including updates on the marriage and family life of James and Lily Potter that served as constant reminders of everything he had lost through his own choices and moral failures. The reports of their happiness together were torture that he had imposed upon himself, evidence of possibilities that might have existed if he had chosen different responses to the cruelties he had endured during his school years. The night he overheard the prophecy about a child born to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort was initially just another intelligence-gathering assignment. His presence at the inn, where Trelawney spoke her prediction, purely coincidental rather than result of specific planning or supernatural guidance. But his decision to report the partial prophecy to Voldemort would prove to be the most catastrophic choice of his life, setting in motion events that would destroy everything he had ever truly valued, while demonstrating the ultimate consequences of placing personal advancement above moral consideration. His realization that his intelligence had doomed Lily Potter to death came only after Voldemort's interpretation of the prophecy had identified Harry as the prophesied child and marked the Potter family for elimination. The delay between his report and understanding of its implications reflecting the psychological compartmentalization that had allowed him to function as Death Eater while maintaining internal narratives about his fundamental decency and good intentions. The recognition of what he had done created panic that overcame years of careful emotional control, revealing depths of love and regret that he had convinced himself were safely buried beneath layers of hatred and resentment. His desperate bargain with Dumbledore represented the first genuinely selfless act of his adult life, his willingness to risk everything to protect Lily, demonstrating that his capacity for love had survived despite years of corruption and moral compromise. But even this gesture was tainted by possessive elements that reflected his inability to separate genuine concern for her welfare from his own psychological needs and fantasies about what their relationship might have been under different circumstances. The conversation with Dumbledore that secured his protection was both confession and recruitment. The headmaster's acceptance of his service, conditional on commitments that would require him to spend the rest of his life in service to values he had rejected and people he despised. His freedom purchased through agreements that would make him perpetual outsider serving causes he could never fully embrace or understand. The promise to protect Harry Potter, regardless of personal cost, was extracted from him during moment of desperate guilt, but it would become the defining commitment of his remaining years. The night of the Potter's murder was the moment when Severus's remaining humanity was simultaneously destroyed and reborn. His discovery of Lily's body in the wreckage of their home, creating grief so profound that it literally reshaped his fundamental psychological structure and moral orientation. The woman who had represented everything good and pure in his concept of human nature was dead because of information he had provided, her murder serving as ultimate proof of his moral bankruptcy and the inevitability of consequences for choices that had seemed abstract when he was making them. His behavior in the aftermath, cradling Lily's body while ignoring the infant who was crying nearby, revealed the fundamental selfishness that continued to characterize even his most seemingly noble impulses. His grief focused on his own loss, rather than the broader tragedy that had destroyed an entire family and left a child orphaned. His inability to feel genuine concern for Harry's welfare reflected psychological limitations that would influence every aspect of their future relationship and compromise his effectiveness as protector and teacher. The years that followed were marked by a form of penance that was simultaneously sincere and self-serving. His dedication to Harry's protection, motivated by genuine guilt and love for Lily, but expressed through methods that reflected his own psychological needs rather than careful consideration of what would actually serve the child's best interests. His dual role as Death Eater spy and Order member required constant deception and moral compromise that gradually eroded whatever remained of his authentic identity, leaving him uncertain about his true loyalties and motivations, even as his actions consistently served the cause of good over evil. His appointment as potions master at Hogwarts provided opportunity for the kind of intellectual work that had always given his life meaning, while allowing him to remain close to Harry and fulfill his protective obligations. But it also forced him into daily contact with reminders of his own school years and the systematic cruelty he had both endured and eventually perpetrated. The dungeon classroom where he taught became an extension of his own emotional state, cold and unwelcoming in ways that reflected his inability to separate his professional responsibilities from his personal pain and resentment. His treatment of students, particularly those who reminded him of his own tormentors or represented backgrounds he associated with his suffering, was systematically unfair and psychologically damaging in ways that betrayed his educational responsibilities while serving his emotional needs for control and revenge against representatives of groups that had hurt him. His favoritism towards Slytherin students reflected not house loyalty but desperate attempt to create the kind of supportive environment he had needed during his own school years, though his methods were too corrupted by bitterness to achieve the positive outcomes he claimed to desire. The arrival of Harry Potter as a student created psychological pressures that tested every aspect of his character and moral development, his protective instincts warring with resentment toward James Potter that he projected onto an innocent child who bore unfortunate physical resemblance to his former tormentor. His behavior toward Harry was consistently cruel and unfair, motivated by complex mixtures of genuine protective concern and displaced anger that made it impossible for him to separate his professional obligations from his personal psychological needs. His role as double agent during Voldemort's return required him to maintain facades of loyalty to both sides while serving his own understanding of Lily's memory and Harry's welfare. But the psychological toll of constant deception and moral compromise gradually destroyed whatever remained of his authentic personality. and emotional stability. The dark mark that bound him to Voldemort's service caused physical pain whenever he acted against Death Eater interests, while his promises to Dumbledore created moral obligations that frequently required him to sacrifice his safety and well-being for people who would never understand or appreciate his contributions. The knowledge that Harry would eventually have to die to defeat Voldemort created the ultimate test of his commitment to Lily's memory and his understanding of what love truly required, forcing him to choose between his protective instincts and the greater good that Lily would have wanted him to serve. His decision to support Harry's sacrifice, while working to ensure it would be temporary, demonstrated growth beyond his naturally selfish impulses, though his methods continued to be shaped by psychological limitations that prevented him from providing the emotional support and guidance that Harry desperately needed. His final years were marked by increasing isolation and the gradual consumption of his remaining life force by the magical and psychological pressures of his double agent role, his health deteriorating under stress that would have destroyed lesser wizards years earlier. The memories he preserved for Harry's eventual discovery represented both confession and final gift. His recognition that understanding his motivations and sacrifices was necessary for Harry's psychological healing, even if it came at the cost of revealing truths about himself that he had spent decades concealing. The love that had defined and destroyed and ultimately redeemed him was complex and flawed, rooted in psychological needs that were never fully healthy but capable of inspiring genuine sacrifice and moral growth when properly directed towards serving others rather than satisfying his own emotional requirements. His story was ultimately one of potential corrupted by trauma but not entirely destroyed, of intelligence and magical ability that could have served great good if circumstances had provided better guidance and emotional support during his crucial developmental years. In the quiet moments when the castle slept and ghosts walked through corridors where he had once endured systematic cruelty and learned to inflict it upon others, his memory lingered in shadows that seemed slightly less dark than before, testimony to the possibility that even the most damaged souls could choose love over hatred when the stakes were high enough and the cause was worthy of ultimate sacrifice. The first war against Voldemort's rising darkness was fought not in grand battles where heroes faced monsters beneath blazing skies, but in quiet homes where families gathered for what they believed would be ordinary evenings that stretched endlessly into futures filled with simple joys and mundane concerns. The casualties that mounted during those terrible years were not soldiers who had chosen their fate with full understanding of the risks involved, but ordinary witches and wizards, whose only crimes were existing in a world where their blood status, their principles, or their mere presence had somehow offended those who believed that power gave them the right to determine who deserved to live and who must die. The McKinnon family had gathered for their traditional Sunday dinner on a grey October evening when the wards around their ancient farmhouse began to fail under assault from forces they had never imagined could penetrate defences that had protected their bloodline for over 3 centuries. Marlene McKinnon sat at the head of the table where her ancestors had shared countless meals, surrounded by parents and siblings whose laughter filled rooms that had known generations of love and safety, their conversation turning to plans for upcoming holidays and family celebrations that would never come to pass. The Death Eaters who surrounded their home had been planning the attack for weeks, studying the family's routines and defensive measures with the methodical patience of hunters who understood that their prey possessed both magical abilities and protective instincts that could prove dangerous if underestimated. The McKinnons were known for their work with the Order of the Phoenix, their resources and political connections, making them valuable targets whose elimination would send clear messages about the futility of resistance, while removing obstacles to Voldemort's expanding influence. The magical assault began at precisely 7:30 in the evening, when the family's attention was focused on domestic concerns rather than external threats, their guards lowered by the comfortable routines of home and the presence of loved ones who represented safety and continuity in an increasingly dangerous world. The curses that struck their protective wards were not the crude magical attacks that most families might expect from common criminals, but sophisticated combinations of dark magic and tactical planning that had been refined through previous operations and enhanced by knowledge gained from captured Order members. Marlene's father, Harold McKinnon, was the first to recognize that their situation was beyond anything normal defensive measures could address. His years of experience as an Aura, allowing him to understand immediately that they were facing enemies whose capabilities and ruthlessness exceeded anything he had encountered during his professional career. His attempts to organize family resistance were hampered by the presence of elderly relatives and young children, whose safety had to be considered alongside tactical necessities, their protection requiring resources and attention that compromised his ability to mount effective counterattacks. The battle that followed lasted 17 minutes by the kitchen clock that continued ticking throughout the violence, its mechanical persistence, a grotesque counterpoint to the screams and explosions that destroyed everything the McKinnons had built across generations of careful cultivation and loving stewardship. Each family member fought with desperate courage, their magical abilities enhanced by protective instincts and righteous anger, but they were outnumbered by enemies whose training and equipment had been specifically designed for eliminating entire bloodlines, with maximum efficiency and minimum risk to the attackers. Marlene's mother, Catherine, died protecting her youngest daughter with shield charms that held long enough for the child to reach the cellar where family treasures and emergency supplies had been stored against times of crisis that had always seemed theoretical rather than imminent. Her sacrifice bought precious minutes that allowed other family members to destroy sensitive documents and magical artifacts that might have compromised Order operations if they had fallen into enemy hands. Her final act, serving the greater good, even as it cost everything she personally valued. The children who perished that night ranged in age from 8 to 16, their magical educations incomplete, and their understanding of adult conflicts limited to abstract knowledge that had never prepared them for the reality of facing enemies who saw their deaths as stepping stones toward larger goals rather than individual tragedies worthy of consideration or regret. Their screams echoed through the house until curses silenced them forever, their bodies left among the ruins as testimony to the depths of evil that could flourish when ideology replaced empathy and political objectives justified any means deemed necessary for their achievement. Edgar Bones had been working late in his study when the first reports of the McKinnon massacre reached Order communication networks, the magical emergency signals, creating patterns of light and sound that had been designed to convey urgent information while remaining undetectable to enemies who might be monitoring normal channels. His immediate response was to strengthen his own family's protective measures, while dispatching messages to allies who might be able to provide assistance or at least witness what was happening for future investigation and retribution. But the Death Eaters who had planned the McKinnon attack had anticipated such responses. Their operation expanded to include simultaneous strikes against multiple Order families, whose mutual support networks would be neutralized through coordinated elimination that prevented effective assistance or escape. The Bones family farmhouse was surrounded within minutes of Edgar's first attempt to contact outside help, their isolation complete before they could fully understand the scope of the threat they faced or the impossibility of survival without immediate rescue that was not coming. Edgar's wife, Amelia, gathered their children in the reinforced room that had been prepared for exactly this type of emergency, her calm efficiency masking terror that threatened to overwhelm her ability to function effectively under pressure that no parent should ever have to face. The emergency protocols they had rehearsed during peaceful times seemed inadequate when confronted with the reality of imminent death, their careful preparations revealing gaps and weaknesses that could only be identified through actual testing, under conditions where failure meant complete annihilation. The magical defenses that Edgar had installed throughout their property were formidable by normal standards, incorporating ward schemes that drew upon both traditional, pure-blood protective magic and innovative techniques developed specifically for defending against Death Eater tactics. But his enemies had been studying Order defensive methods for months, their attacks calibrated to exploit vulnerabilities that had been discovered through previous operations and intelligence gathered from captured or turned Order members whose knowledge had been extracted through methods too horrible to document fully. The assault on the Bones family was characterized by systematic brutality that reflected not just tactical efficiency, but deliberate cruelty, designed to maximize psychological impact on survivors who might learn of their fate through ministry investigations or Order intelligence networks. Each family member was killed in ways that demonstrated the attackers' magical sophistication while creating maximum suffering for both victims and those who would later discover their remains. The methods chosen to send clear messages about the consequences of opposing Voldemort's vision for wizarding society. Edgar's attempts to negotiate for his family's lives revealed the depth of his desperation and his willingness to sacrifice principles and loyalties that had defined his adult life in exchange for the slim possibility that his children might be spared the consequences of his political choices. The Death Eaters who listened to his pleas were unmoved by his offers of information and cooperation, understanding that the psychological impact of their operation would be compromised if mercy was shown to anyone who had chosen to stand against their cause. The children's deaths were ordered to proceed slowly enough that Edgar could witness each one and understand fully the price of his resistance to Voldemort's authority, their suffering designed to break his spirit completely before his own death, released him from psychological torment that exceeded any physical pain the curses could inflict. His wife's murder followed similar patterns, her final moments filled with awareness that everything she had lived for was being systematically destroyed by people whose humanity had been so completely corrupted that they found pleasure in activities that should have horrified anyone with functioning conscience. The Longbottom torture that would become legendary for its systematic sophistication and devastating long-term consequences was not spontaneous outbreak of Death Eater violence, but carefully planned operation designed to extract maximum intelligence value while creating propaganda victories that would demoralize Order resistance and demonstrate Voldemort's power to punish those who defied his authority. Frank and Alice Longbottom had been identified as priority targets whose knowledge of Order operations and defensive strategies made them valuable sources of information that could significantly enhance Death Eater capabilities if properly extracted. The capture operation that preceded their torture was executed with precision that reflected months of surveillance and planning, their movements monitored, and their habits analyzed, until their enemies could predict exactly when and where they would be most vulnerable to assault that minimized risk to the attackers, while ensuring complete success in acquiring their targets alive and intact enough for extended interrogation. The magical restraints that bound them were specifically designed to prevent suicide or magical resistance while maintaining enough consciousness to ensure that pain and fear could be used effectively as interrogation tools. Bellatrix Lestrange's leadership of the torture operation reflected not just her magical abilities and commitment to Voldemort's cause, but her particular enthusiasm for activities that allowed her to explore the boundaries of human endurance and psychological breaking points through methods that combine dark magic with intuitive understanding of how to maximize suffering while maintaining victim viability. Her approaches to interrogation were guided by theoretical knowledge gained from studying historical torture techniques and practical experience acquired through previous operations against Order members and their families. The Cruciatus Curse, that was her preferred method for extracting information, operated by directly stimulating pain receptors throughout the nervous system while simultaneously attacking the magical pathways that connected consciousness to physical sensation, creating agony that exceeded normal human capacity for suffering while preventing the unconsciousness that might provide escape from continued torment. The curse's effects were cumulative and progressive, each application creating damage that enhanced the impact of subsequent uses, while gradually eroding the victim's ability to maintain psychological coherence and resistance to their captor's demands. Frank Longbottom's attempts to protect his wife by volunteering information that might satisfy their torturer's demands revealed both his love for Alice and his desperate hope that cooperation might somehow reduce their suffering or create opportunities for rescue that became increasingly unlikely as the hours passed without sign of Order response or ministry intervention. His tactical knowledge and operational insights were extracted through systematic application of pain that was calibrated to maintain his consciousness while overcoming whatever resistance his training and personal courage could provide. Alice's torture was conducted with even greater care and precision. Her unique insights into Order communication networks and safe house locations, making her an invaluable source of intelligence that could compromise dozens of operations and endanger hundreds of lives if properly extracted and utilised. The techniques used against her were designed to bypass the mental shields that Auror training had taught her to maintain under interrogation. The magical assault on her consciousness so sophisticated that it left permanent damage even in areas that the torturers were not specifically targeting. The information gained from their extended interrogation provided Death Eater forces with intelligence that would prove devastating to Order operations over the following months. Safe houses exposed and abandoned, communication networks compromised and rebuilt, operational plans abandoned and revised in desperate attempts to compensate for knowledge that their enemies had gained through methods that demonstrated complete rejection of any moral constraints or civilized standards of warfare. But the ultimate goal of the Longbottom torture was not information extraction but psychological warfare, designed to demonstrate that even the most elite Aurors could be broken and destroyed by those who possessed sufficient commitment to using whatever methods proved necessary for achieving their objectives. The permanent mental damage inflicted upon both victims served as ongoing propaganda victory that continued to demoralize Order resistance long after the immediate intelligence value of their suffering had been exhausted through operational applications. The deployment of Dementors against civilian populations represented an escalation in Voldemort's campaign that crossed boundaries between legitimate warfare and systematic terrorism. These creatures' ability to drain hope and happiness from entire communities, making them ideal weapons for creating the despair and psychological surrender that would facilitate political conquest without requiring the massive military resources that conventional invasion would demand. The Ministry's failure to maintain control over these creatures reflected both corruption within official channels and fundamental underestimation of Voldemort's strategic capabilities. The first civilian encounters with Dementors occurred in isolated communities where resistance to Death Eater recruitment had been particularly stubborn. The creatures deployed to create object lessons that would encourage cooperation from populations that had previously believed their geographic isolation provided protection from the political conflicts consuming urban magical centers. Entire villages experienced the creature's influence simultaneously. Their collective psychological state shifted toward despair and hopelessness that made resistance seem pointless, while collaboration appeared to offer the only hope for relief from endless emotional torment. The magical mechanisms through which Dementors operated were not fully understood even by those who attempted to deploy them tactically. Their ability to consume positive emotions and memories, apparently linked to fundamental forces of entropy and decay that existed at the deepest levels of magical reality. Their presence in human communities created cascading effects that went far beyond simple mood alteration. Relationships destroyed by the inability to remember why love had ever seemed possible. Creative endeavors abandoned as the drive for beauty and expression was systematically drained away. Hope for better futures replaced by certainty that suffering was the only constant in existence. Children who lived through Dementor attacks suffered developmental damage that would affect them throughout their lives. Their capacity for joy and wonder stunted by exposure to despair during crucial formative periods when their personalities and worldviews were still developing. Many never recovered the ability to form strong emotional attachments or pursue goals that required optimism and long-term planning. Their adult lives characterized by depression and anxiety that no amount of conventional healing could completely address. The infection and recruitment of werewolf packs represented another dimension of Voldemort's strategy that exploited existing social tensions and prejudices to gain allies whose desperation for acceptance and recognition made them vulnerable to promises of equality and revenge that would never be fulfilled once their usefulness had been exhausted. The werewolf communities that had been marginalized by mainstream wizarding society found themselves courted by Death Eaters who offered immediate relief from persecution in exchange for services that initially seemed limited and reasonable. Fenrir Greyback's leadership of werewolf recruitment efforts was based not on genuine concern for his fellow creatures' welfare, but on personal sadism that found expression through the conversion of innocent victims into additional werewolves who could serve Voldemort's military needs while satisfying Greyback's desire to spread the curse that had defined his own existence. His techniques for creating new werewolves were deliberately brutal and traumatic, designed to ensure that his victims' transformation experiences would leave them psychologically damaged and dependent upon his guidance for survival and identity. The children who were deliberately infected during these recruitment operations represented particular cruelty that served both tactical and psychological purposes. Their transformations, creating weapons that could be deployed against their own families and communities, while generating propaganda victories that demonstrated Death Eater willingness to use any methods necessary for achieving their goals. Parents who discovered their children's conditions were forced to choose between accepting Death Eater protection and watching their offspring become outcasts whose needs could not be met through conventional magical medical care. The ministry corruption that facilitated Voldemort's early successes was not dramatic betrayal by high-ranking officials, but gradual erosion of institutional integrity through systematic placement of supporters in key positions where they could influence policy decisions and information flow while maintaining facades of legitimate government service. The infiltration was so subtle and comprehensive that many officials who believed themselves to be serving law and order were actually advancing agenda that served Death Eater interests through policies and procedures that had been crafted to appear reasonable, while creating conditions that favored Voldemort's strategic objectives. The Imperious Curse deployments against ministry personnel were surgical in their precision, targeting individuals whose positions provided access to sensitive information or decision-making authority. while avoiding patterns that might trigger security investigations or raise suspicions among colleagues who remained uncompromised. The curse's effects were calibrated to maintain victims' normal personalities and behavior patterns, while inserting specific alterations to their judgment and priorities that would serve Death Eater interests without creating obvious signs of magical manipulation. Families destroyed by these infiltration operations often never understood what had happened to their loved ones. The behavioral changes subtle enough to be attributed to work, stress, or personal problems, rather than magical control that was systematically redirecting their loyalties and actions towards serving enemies of everything they had once valued. Spouses and children watched helplessly as people they had known intimately became strangers whose decisions and priorities reflected values and interests that seemed completely foreign to their previous character and commitments. The children orphaned by the First War's casualties faced futures that were shaped by trauma and loss in ways that would influence their entire lives and potentially affect subsequent generations through psychological damage that was passed down through family systems and social connections. The wizarding world's limited resources for caring for war orphans meant that many were placed in situations that were inadequate for addressing their complex needs, while others were simply absorbed into extended family networks that were themselves struggling with grief and economic disruption. The magical inheritance issues created by sudden deaths and destroyed families led to legal battles that consumed resources and attention that should have been directed toward reconstruction and healing. Pure-blood family fortunes disputed by distant relatives, while Muggle-born estates were abandoned entirely due to lack of advocates who understood both magical and non-magical legal systems. The economic disruption created by these inheritance problems contributed to broader social instability that made recovery more difficult and provided opportunities for continued Death Eater influence through financial manipulation and exploitation. The psychological trauma experienced by survivors was compounded by Wizarding Society's limited understanding of mental health issues and reluctance to acknowledge that magical healing could not address all forms of damage that warfare inflicted upon human consciousness and social relationships. Traditional healing approaches that focused on physical injuries and magical contamination proved inadequate for treating survivors whose primary wounds were emotional and spiritual. Their need for long-term therapeutic support, largely unmet by institutions that were focused on immediate crisis response, rather than sustained recovery efforts. The cultural changes that resulted from the First War's casualties included fundamental shifts in how wizarding families approached child-rearing and education. Protective instincts heightened by awareness of vulnerabilities that had previously seemed abstract rather than immediate threats to their loved ones' safety and survival. Children raised during and after the war absorbed anxiety and hypervigilance from parents who had learned that safety was illusion and that evil could strike without warning or apparent reason. Their worldviews shaped by awareness of darkness that previous generations had been sheltered from during their formative years. The memorial services and burial rites that marked the war's human cost were conducted according to traditions that had been designed for individual deaths rather than mass casualties, their familiar rituals inadequate for processing grief and loss on scales that challenged fundamental assumptions about justice and meaning in magical society. Families gathered to honor loved ones whose deaths seemed senseless and preventable. Their ceremonies necessarily focused on celebrating lives, rather than examining the social and political failures that had made such losses inevitable. In the quiet years that followed Voldemort's first defeat, the names of the dead were inscribed on monuments that served as permanent reminders of costs that had been paid by innocents for the freedom that survivors sometimes took for granted. their sacrifice demanding continued vigilance and commitment to values that were worth defending regardless of personal cost. But the deeper lessons of their suffering would prove difficult for peacetime society to maintain. As memory faded and new generations emerged, who had not witnessed directly the consequences of allowing evil to flourish, unchallenged by those with power to resist its advance. The island that would become Britain's most feared magical prison had been a place of darkness and despair long before the first stone of Azkaban fortress was laid upon its windswept cliffs, its very soil saturated with centuries of malevolent magic that had seeped from rituals and experiments too terrible for civilized society to acknowledge or remember. The rocky outcropping in the North Sea had served as sanctuary for practitioners of the blackest arts since before recorded magical history began, its isolation and natural magical properties making it ideal for activities that required complete secrecy and protection from interference by those who might object to methods that pushed the boundaries of what magic could accomplish when moral constraints were abandoned entirely. The earliest magical settlements on the island had been established by sorcerers whose understanding of death, magic, and soul manipulation exceeded anything known to contemporary wizarding society. Their research conducted in chambers carved from living rock and protected by wards that drew power from suffering itself rather than conventional magical sources. The experiments they performed in those ancient laboratories had left permanent scars on the fabric of reality surrounding the island, creating conditions that would eventually attract creatures whose very existence depended upon the emotional and spiritual devastation that had been systematically cultivated over generations of deliberate cruelty. The discovery of dementors in the island's depths during the 15th century was not accidental encounter, but inevitable result of magical pollution that had reached levels sufficient to spontaneously generate beings whose nature reflected the accumulated darkness that permeated every stone and shadow of their birthplace. These creatures were not native to the natural world, but artificial constructs born from concentrated despair and hopelessness, their forms shaped by the collective agony of countless victims whose suffering had been transformed through dark ritual into something that could exist independently while continuing to spread the emotional devastation that had created them. The early attempts to study and catalogue these newly discovered creatures were undertaken by ministry researchers whose scientific curiosity overcame their survival instincts. Their initial reports describing beings whose ability to drain hope and happiness seemed to operate through magical mechanisms that defied conventional understanding of how emotions could be influenced or controlled through external forces. The Dementors appeared to exist in states that were neither fully alive nor completely dead, their consciousness operating according to principles that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of magical life and the boundaries between individual identity and collective experience. The first systematic attempts to communicate with the Dementors revealed intelligence that was both alien and horrifyingly familiar, their thoughts organized around concepts of hunger and feeding that bore disturbing resemblances to human drives for power and control, but stripped of any moral framework or emotional complexity that might create restraint or consideration for others' welfare. Their understanding of human psychology was intuitive and comprehensive, allowing them to identify and exploit psychological vulnerabilities with precision that suggested either extensive study of their prey or innate abilities that operated below the threshold of conscious awareness. The political decision to employ Dementors as prison guards was made during a period of increasing concern about magical criminal activity and the ministry's limited resources for maintaining secure facilities that could contain powerful wizards whose abilities exceeded those of conventional security personnel. The creature's natural ability to drain hope and magical energy from prisoners while feeding on their despair seemed to offer ideal solution to problems that had plagued previous prison systems, their presence eliminating both the possibility of escape and the likelihood that inmates would maintain enough psychological coherence to plan future criminal activities. The negotiations with the Dementor population were conducted through intermediaries whose mental shields had been enhanced through experimental procedures that carried significant risks of permanent psychological damage. Their willingness to serve as ambassadors, reflecting either exceptional courage or insufficient understanding of the long-term consequences that such exposure would have on their mental health and moral stability. The agreements reached through these communications established the creatures as official ministry employees with specific responsibilities and limitations, though the enforcement mechanisms for ensuring their compliance remained problematic throughout the prison's operational history. The construction of Azkaban Fortress around the existing Dementor habitat required architectural techniques that had never been attempted before. The building's design incorporating both conventional protective magic and experimental ward schemes that were intended to contain the creature's influence while allowing their psychological effects to reach prisoners without affecting guards or administrative personnel. The magical engineering involved in creating barriers that could selectively filter emotional influences proved to be more complex and dangerous than anyone had anticipated, several construction workers suffering permanent mental damage during the building process. The fortress itself was designed to amplify and focus the Dementor's natural abilities, while providing administrative spaces that were supposedly protected from their influence, though the effectiveness of these protective measures would prove questionable throughout the prison's operational history. The cells were arranged in configurations that maximized prisoners' exposure to the creature's presence while minimizing opportunities for human contact or environmental stimulation that might provide psychological relief from the systematic emotional devastation that was the facility's primary security mechanism. The first prisoners transferred to Azkaban experienced psychological deterioration that exceeded anything prison administrators had anticipated, their mental states declining so rapidly that many became catatonic within weeks of their arrival, while others descended into madness that was characterized by complete disconnection from reality and obsessive focus on their own guilt and unworthiness. The medical staff assigned to monitor prisoner health were initially puzzled by symptoms that seemed to have no physical cause, their conventional healing techniques proving entirely ineffective against damage that operated through magical pathways they did not understand. The Dementor's kiss, which would become the prison's most feared form of execution, was not originally intended as punishment, but emerged spontaneously during the creature's interactions with prisoners, whose psychological defenses had been completely eliminated through prolonged exposure to their influence. The process by which a Dementor extracted and consumed a human soul was traumatic for witnesses, even when they were protected by magical barriers. The victim's final moments, characterized by awareness of what was being taken from them, combined with complete inability to resist or escape, the violation that was literally destroying their fundamental identity. The souls consumed through this process appeared to be completely destroyed rather than transferred to some other plane of existence, the victims' bodies remaining alive but devoid of any trace of the consciousness or personality that had previously inhabited them. These hollow shells required constant medical care, while providing no benefit to anyone involved, their continued existence serving only as horrific reminders of what happened to those who crossed lines that the magical justice system considered unforgivable or irredeemable. The administrative personnel responsible for overseeing Azkaban operations experienced psychological effects that were initially attributed to job stress, but gradually revealed themselves to be direct consequences of prolonged exposure to the Dementor's influence despite supposedly adequate protective measures. Guards who worked regular shifts at the facility developed depression and anxiety disorders that conventional treatment could not address. Their emotional stability systematically eroded by creatures whose hunger for despair could not be completely contained by magical barriers that had seemed adequate during initial testing. The family members of Azkaban personnel suffered secondary effects that created additional complications for prison operations. As marriages dissolved under pressure of living with partners whose personalities had been fundamentally altered by their work environment, while children developed behavioral problems that reflected their parents' psychological deterioration. The ministry's attempts to provide support for these families were hampered by official reluctance to acknowledge that the problems were direct results of policy decisions rather than personal failings or unforeseeable circumstances. The escape attempts that occurred throughout Azkaban's operational history were generally characterized by desperate creativity rather than careful planning. Prisoners' mental states too compromised by Dementor exposure to sustain the kind of long-term strategic thinking that successful breakouts would have required. Most attempts ended in recapture within hours, the escapees' psychological condition preventing them from functioning effectively in environments that did not provide the familiar despair and hopelessness they had learned to expect as normal conditions of existence. The few successful escapes were achieved through methods that were so desperate and dangerous that they resulted in permanent physical or mental damage, even when they achieved their immediate objectives of freedom from imprisonment. Sirius Black's transformation into his animagus form provided protection from the Dementor's psychological attacks, while allowing him to slip through barriers that were designed to contain human prisoners. But his years of confinement had already inflicted trauma that would affect his judgment and emotional stability for the rest of his life. The impact of wrongful imprisonment within Azkaban was particularly devastating because the facility's security measures prevented meaningful appeals, processes, or opportunities for prisoners to present evidence that might exonerate them, the assumption being that anyone confined there was inherently dangerous and unworthy of consideration or mercy. Innocent individuals who were imprisoned through legal errors or political manipulation experienced the same psychological destruction as genuine criminals, their pleas of innocence dismissed as delusion or desperate lies by personnel who had been conditioned to view all prisoners as irredeemably corrupt. The broader magical community's response to Azkaban's existence was characterized by willful ignorance and moral avoidance that allowed the facility to operate without significant oversight or public accountability, most witches and wizards preferring to believe that the prisoners deserved whatever treatment they received, rather than examining the ethical implications of systematic psychological torture as official government policy. The few voices that raised concerns about the prison's methods were dismissed as bleeding heart idealists who did not understand the realities of maintaining order in magical society. The psychological profiles of guards who volunteered for Azkaban duty revealed concerning patterns that suggested the facility attracted personnel whose own psychological makeup made them less susceptible to the Dementor's influence, but also less capable of normal empathy and moral reasoning. Many had histories of depression or emotional numbness that made them seem immune to the despair that overwhelmed other personnel, but their resistance came at the cost of human connections and emotional experiences that were necessary for maintaining ethical perspectives on their work. The training programs designed to prepare personnel for working with Dementors were necessarily limited in their effectiveness because the creature's influence could not be simulated safely or replicated through conventional magical OC-doc means new employees' first encounters with their supposed colleagues, often resulting in psychological trauma that required immediate medical intervention or termination of employment. The high turnover rates among prison staff created institutional instability that compromised security and operational effectiveness, while increasing costs that had not been anticipated during initial planning phases. The magical contamination that gradually spread throughout the fortress created environmental hazards that affected everyone who spent extended periods within its walls. The accumulated influence of decades of Dementor habitation transforming the very stone and air into sources of psychological pressure that could not be completely blocked by protective measures. Visitors to the prison reported feeling depressed and anxious for weeks after their brief exposure, while regular personnel developed symptoms that resembled chronic magical poisoning, but followed patterns that healers had never encountered previously. The maintenance and repair work required to keep Azkaban operational was complicated by the facility's unique environment, conventional magical construction techniques proving inadequate for structures that were constantly exposed to forces that caused accelerated deterioration and unpredictable magical interactions. Building materials had to be specially treated to resist the emotional contamination that pervaded the prison, while repair crews required extensive psychological preparation and support that added significantly to operational costs. The record-keeping and documentation systems at Azkaban were deliberately minimal to prevent prisoners from gaining information that might be useful for escape attempts, but this policy also prevented adequate tracking of health conditions, behavioral changes, and other factors that might have provided early warning of problems or opportunities for rehabilitation. Many prisoners simply disappeared from official awareness, their conditions unknown, and their fates undocumented, in ways that made it impossible to evaluate the facility's effectiveness or identify systematic abuses. The moral arguments surrounding Azkaban's existence were complicated by genuine concerns about public safety and the need for effective deterrence against magical crimes that could cause enormous damage if left unpunished. The facility's supporters arguing that the alternative to harsh treatment was allowing dangerous criminals to threaten innocent lives through inadequate security measures. The debate was further complicated by the limited alternatives available within the magical justice system, which lacked resources and expertise for developing more humane approaches to containing powerful wizards whose abilities exceeded conventional security measures. The international magical community's response to Azkaban varied significantly, with some countries expressing concern about Britain's prison conditions, while others implemented similar systems that drew inspiration from what was perceived as an effective solution to common problems in magical law enforcement. The isolation of magical communities made international pressure relatively ineffective, while the secrecy surrounding magical justice systems prevented detailed examination of comparative approaches that might have revealed better alternatives. The psychological research conducted on Azkaban's effects was necessarily limited by ethical constraints and practical difficulties, but the available data suggested that the facility's methods caused permanent damage that went far beyond simple punishment to constitute systematic destruction of human personality and moral capacity. Prisoners who were eventually released showed patterns of cognitive impairment and emotional dysfunction that persisted for years after their confinement ended. Their ability to reintegrate into normal society severely compromised by experiences that had fundamentally altered their neurological and psychological functioning. The economic costs of maintaining Azkaban exceeded initial projections due to the complex support systems required for both prisoners and personnel. The facility's unique requirements creating expenses that had not been anticipated during planning phases and could not be easily reduced without compromising security or safety. The hidden costs included medical care for damaged personnel, compensation for their families, and the broader social impacts of removing productive individuals from the wizarding economy through psychological incapacitation. The legacy of Azkaban's operational period would continue to influence British magical society long after alternative approaches to criminal justice were eventually implemented. The institutional trauma created by decades of systematic psychological torture requiring generations to heal, while the precedents established during its existence created cultural acceptance of state-sanctioned cruelty that would prove difficult to overcome through legal or social reform. The island itself remained contaminated by centuries of accumulated despair, its very soil poisoned by emotional pollution that would take decades to dissipate even after the Dementors were removed, and the fortress was abandoned to the elements that had always been its most honest judges. The second rise of Voldemort brought with it a systematic campaign of terror that exceeded even the horrors of his first reign. His followers, armed with knowledge gained from previous failures and enhanced by magical techniques that had been refined through years of planning in exile and shadow. The Death Eaters who answered his call were not the desperate criminals and ideological fanatics who had served his earlier ambitions, but seasoned practitioners of dark magic whose skills had been honed through decades of underground activity and whose understanding of psychological warfare had evolved beyond crude intimidation into sophisticated programs of social destruction designed to break the wizarding community's will, to resist through carefully orchestrated demonstrations of absolute power. The torture and murder of Muggle families that marked the opening phases of this renewed conflict were not random acts of violence, but precisely planned operations designed to achieve multiple strategic objectives simultaneously while sending clear messages about the futility of resistance and the inevitability of victory for those who possessed superior magical abilities and willingness to use them without moral constraint. Each family was selected according to criteria that included their geographical location, their connections to the magical world, and their symbolic value as representatives of the non-magical population that Voldemort's ideology deemed inherently inferior and worthy only of subjugation or elimination. The Roberts family, whose campsite management had brought them into contact with wizarding visitors during the Quidditch World Cup, were among the first civilian casualties of this systematic campaign, their deaths serving as both practical elimination of witnesses who had observed Death Eater activities and symbolic statement about the consequences that awaited any Muggles who dared to involve themselves in magical affairs. The torture that preceded their deaths was conducted with methodical precision that reflected not sadistic pleasure, but calculated psychological warfare designed to create maximum terror among those who would later discover their remains. The magical techniques employed in these civilian attacks were specifically chosen to create evidence that would be incomprehensible to Muggle authorities, while clearly communicating Voldemort's messages to magical observers who possessed the knowledge necessary to understand the significance of specific curse patterns and ritual arrangements. Bodies were positioned and marked in ways that conveyed detailed information about Death Eater capabilities and intentions, while appearing random or motiveless to non-magical investigators whose inability to comprehend what they were seeing served additional propaganda purposes by demonstrating the helplessness of Muggle institutions when confronted with magical power. The systematic nature of these attacks created psychological pressure that extended far beyond their immediate victims to affect entire communities whose members understood that their survival depended upon factors completely outside their control, their safety contingent upon the outcomes of conflicts they could not influence or even properly understand. Muggle families who lived in areas where attacks had occurred experienced anxiety and paranoia that manifested in behavioral changes and social disruption. Their instinctive recognition of danger combining with rational inability to identify its source or develop effective protective measures. The magical concealment that surrounded these operations was maintained through combinations of memory modification and environmental manipulation that ensured Muggle witnesses would be unable to provide accurate accounts of what they had observed, while their altered recollections would support cover stories that attributed the violence to conventional criminal activity or terrorist attacks. The scope of these memory modifications was unprecedented in magical history, affecting thousands of individuals whose lives were permanently altered by experiences they could no longer accurately remember, but continued to influence their emotional and psychological well-being. Charity Burbage's final days were marked by increasing awareness that her advocacy for Muggle rights and magical, non-magical cooperation had made her a priority target for elimination. Her public writings and academic positions, providing Death Eaters with both ideological justification for her murder and practical opportunities for demonstrating their ability to reach even those who believed themselves protected by institutional affiliation and professional status. Her attempts to seek protection through official channels revealed the depth of ministry corruption and the extent to which Voldemort's influence had penetrated even the highest levels of magical government and law enforcement. The surveillance that preceded her capture was comprehensive and invasive, her daily routines monitored through methods that combined traditional observation with magical techniques that violated every principle of privacy and personal autonomy that civilized society claimed to protect. Her correspondence was intercepted and analyzed, her movements tracked through enchanted objects that had been planted in her possessions, her conversations recorded through magical devices that could operate undetected in environments that should have been secure from external monitoring. The psychological pressure applied during her captivity was designed to break her spirit completely while extracting maximum propaganda value from her suffering and eventual death. Her status as respected academic and advocate for tolerance, making her destruction particularly valuable for demonstrating the futility of resistance to Voldemort's vision for magical society. The techniques used against her were refined through previous operations and calibrated to create specific types and levels of fear that would serve both immediate tactical purposes and longer-term strategic objectives. Her final public appearance at Malfoy Manor was carefully choreographed to maximize psychological impact on both the Death Eaters who witnessed her humiliation and the broader magical community who would learn of her fate through intelligence networks and propaganda channels that had been prepared to amplify the terrorizing effects of her murder. The ritualized nature of her execution reflected not religious or ceremonial significance, but practical understanding of how symbolic violence could be used to create psychological compliance among populations that might otherwise be inclined to resist authoritarian control. The infiltration of Hogwarts under the Carrows represented perhaps the most systematic violation of childhood innocence and educational integrity in magical history. The transformation of Britain's most respected learning institution into a laboratory for testing techniques of ideological indoctrination and psychological control that would be applied throughout magical society if Voldemort's revolution succeeded in eliminating all sources of organized resistance to his authority. The appointment of Death Eaters as educational administrators was not simply matter of political patronage, but carefully planned operation designed to reshape an entire generation's understanding of power, morality, and social relationships. Amicus Caro's approach to teaching dark arts reflected both ideological commitment to pure blood supremacy and practical understanding of how educational environments could be used to normalize violence and create psychological conditions that would make students more susceptible to recruitment into extremist organizations whose methods required participants to abandon conventional moral frameworks. His curriculum emphasized not just magical techniques, but philosophical justifications for their use against those deemed inferior or threatening to established social hierarchies. The practical exercises that replaced theoretical study in defense against the dark arts involved actual torture of younger students, their suffering, serving multiple educational purposes, including desensitization of older students to violence while demonstrating the effectiveness of fear as tool for maintaining social control and establishing clear hierarchies based on magical ability and willingness to inflict harm on others. The students who participated in these exercises experienced psychological damage that would affect their moral development and social relationships throughout their lives. Electo Caro's transformation of Muggle studies into propaganda platform for promoting hatred and dehumanization of non-magical populations was conducted through systematic distortion of historical facts and deliberate cultivation of prejudices that would justify future violence against civilian populations whose only crime was lacking magical abilities. Her teaching methods combined emotional manipulation with selective presentation of information designed to create psychological conditions that would make genocide seem not just acceptable but morally necessary for protecting magical society from existential threats. The student resistance that emerged in response to these conditions was remarkable for both its courage and its tragic inadequacy when confronted with enemies whose commitment to using unlimited violence exceeded anything that teenage idealists could match through conventional forms of protest and civil disobedience. The young witches and wizards who attempted to maintain Dumbledore's army traditions found themselves facing opponents who were willing to torture children as routine disciplinary measure, while their own moral frameworks prevented them from adopting similarly ruthless methods in self-defense. The Crusaders cursed detentions that became standard punishment for infractions ranging from minor rule violations to expressions of political dissent were administered with systematic regularity that was designed to create institutional culture where torture was normalized and expected rather than exceptional response to serious crimes. The students who endured these punishments experienced trauma that would require years of healing, while those who witnessed or participated in their administration absorbed lessons about power and authority that would influence their adult relationships and political attitudes. The tracking and hunting of Muggle-born wizards represented the implementation of systematic ethnic cleansing policies that had been theoretical components of Death Eater ideology for decades. Their translation into practical programs of identification, deportation, and elimination revealing the administrative sophistication that Voldemort's organization had developed during its years of underground planning and preparation. The magical techniques used for identifying individuals whose ancestry failed to meet pureblood standards were based on blood magic research that pushed the boundaries of what most magical practitioners considered ethically acceptable. The Muggle-born Registration Commission established legal frameworks for persecution that provided veneer of official legitimacy while serving practical functions of identifying targets and coordinating their systematic elimination through processes that were designed to appear bureaucratic rather than genocidal. The paperwork and procedures that accompanied these operations reflected understanding that institutional participation would be easier to secure if the violence was packaged as administrative necessity rather than ideological crusade. The families that were torn apart by blood status investigations experienced destruction that went beyond simple separation to include systematic elimination of family histories and cultural traditions that had connected magical and non-magical relatives across generations of intermarriage and social integration. The magical methods used to verify ancestry included techniques that violated not just privacy but fundamental concepts of personal identity, their application creating psychological trauma that extended far beyond their immediate targets to affect entire extended family networks. The safe houses and hiding places that had been established to protect vulnerable populations were systematically compromised through intelligence-gathering operations that combined magical surveillance with human infiltration. Their locations revealed through methods that included torture of captured resistance members and magical compulsion of individuals whose loyalty had been considered unquestionable. The betrayals that resulted from these operations created lasting damage to trust relationships within magical communities while demonstrating the effectiveness of terror as tool for destroying social cohesion. The mass graves that were discovered after Voldemort's defeat contained evidence of systematic execution programs that had been conducted with industrial efficiency. Their victims, including not just identified enemies of the regime, but entire families whose connections to targeted individuals had been deemed sufficient justification for elimination. The magical techniques used to conceal these burial sites were sophisticated enough to prevent detection by conventional search methods, while preserving evidence that would later provide crucial testimony about the scope and systematic nature of the genocide that had been conducted under official sanction. The disappeared persons whose fates remained unknown, even after extensive post-war investigations, represented additional dimension of the terror campaign that was designed to create uncertainty and fear among surviving populations who could never be certain whether missing friends and relatives were dead, imprisoned, or being held as leverage for future operations. The ambiguity surrounding their disappearances served propaganda purposes by preventing closure and maintaining psychological pressure on communities that might otherwise have been able to heal from their losses. The psychological warfare conducted against the general wizarding population involved systematic manipulation of information and emotional responses designed to create conditions where resistance would seem hopeless, while collaboration would appear to offer the only realistic path toward personal and family survival. The propaganda techniques employed through captured media outlets combined factual reporting about Death Eater capabilities with carefully crafted narratives that portrayed opposition as futile gesture that would only result in additional suffering for innocent bystanders. The economic warfare that accompanied military operations was designed to destroy the material foundations of resistance while creating dependencies that would make collaboration necessary for survival. Magical businesses forced to choose between supporting Death Eater objectives and facing systematic destruction through boycotts, regulatory harassment, and direct violence against owners and employees. The disruption of normal economic relationships created cascading effects that undermined social stability while providing additional opportunities for ideological recruitment among populations whose security had been systematically undermined. The corruption of magical institutions extended beyond direct infiltration to include systematic destruction of cultural traditions and social practices that had historically provided sources of identity and resistance to authoritarian control. Ancient magical celebrations banned or perverted to serve propaganda purposes, while educational curricula were revised to eliminate content that might encourage independent thinking or moral reflection. The pace of these changes was accelerated to prevent adaptation, while their comprehensiveness ensured that no aspect of magical culture would remain uncontaminated by Death Eater influence. The international dimensions of Voldemort's campaign included efforts to export his ideology and methods to magical communities throughout Europe and beyond, his domestic success providing model for similar movements, while his resources enabled material support for allied organizations whose local knowledge could facilitate expansion of pure-blood supremacist influence. The diplomatic pressure applied through these channels included both positive incentives for cooperation and credible threats of intervention against governments that might consider opposing his regional ambitions. The magical weapons development that was conducted during this period produced innovations that pushed the boundaries of what conventional defensive measures could counter, their deployment creating tactical advantages that contributed significantly to Death Eater military successes, while their existence provided psychological leverage against opponents who understood that resistance might result in exposure to forms of magical attack that could not be survived or healed through normal methods. The child soldiers who were recruited through combination of ideological indoctrination and family pressure represented particular tragedy that reflected the systematic corruption of normal developmental processes and social relationships, their participation in violence creating trauma, while their manipulation demonstrated the regime's willingness to sacrifice future generations for immediate tactical advantages. The methods used to secure their cooperation included techniques that exploited natural desires for approval and belonging, while gradually escalating their involvement in activities that would have horrified their younger selves. The resistance movements that emerged in response to these conditions faced challenges that exceeded anything previous generations of magical activists had encountered. Their traditional methods of organization and communication, compromised by surveillance capabilities, while their moral constraints prevented adoption of tactics that might have proven more effective against enemies who acknowledged no ethical limitations on their own behavior. The courage demonstrated by these groups was remarkable precisely because it was maintained despite accurate understanding of the odds against success and the terrible consequences that failure would bring to themselves and everyone they sought to protect. In the shadowed months when hope seemed nothing more than dangerous delusion and survival required moral compromises that wounded the soul, the wizarding world learned lessons about human nature and political power that would influence magical society for generations. The knowledge gained through suffering, serving as foundation for institutions and traditions, designed to prevent such darkness from ever again, finding purchase in hearts that had briefly forgotten the eternal price of freedom and the constant vigilance required to maintain it against those who would trade others' lives for their own advancement and power. The night that would forever mark the end of childhood innocence at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry began with evacuation procedures that had been planned in whispered meetings and desperate hope, as hundreds of students who should have been sleeping peacefully in their dormitories instead found themselves fleeing through secret passages toward uncertain futures, while behind them gathered forces that would transform their beloved castle into a battlefield where some would take their first lives and others would breathe their last. The younger students, their faces pale with terror, they were too young to fully comprehend, were shepherded through hidden tunnels by older classmates, whose own hands shook as they guided children towards safety. They could not guarantee while knowing that their own fates remained tied to a school that was about to become the epicenter of magical warfare. The decision about which students would remain to fight was made not through careful evaluation of magical abilities or tactical training, but through desperate calculations of age and moral responsibility. 17. The arbitrary line that separated those who could legally choose to face death from those who would be protected from such choices, regardless of their courage or their connections to the conflict that was engulfing everything. they had ever known. The students who stayed behind included many who had never cast offensive spells in earnest, whose understanding of warfare came from textbooks rather than experience, but whose determination to protect their school and their values overcame rational assessment of their chances for survival against enemies who had been killing for decades. Neville Longbottom stood among the defenders with sword in hand, his transformation from frightened child to reluctant leader, complete in ways that would have seemed impossible during his early years when his greatest enemies had been his own insecurities and the cruel laughter of classmates who failed to recognize the courage that had always burned within him. Despite his apparent weaknesses, the blade he carried had once belonged to Godric Gryffindor himself, its enchantments responding to his worthiness in ways that connected him to a tradition of heroism that stretched back through centuries of conflict between good and evil. But the weight of destiny felt less significant than his memories of parents who had been destroyed by the same forces that now threatened to consume everything he had learned to value. The magical defenses that protected Hogwarts had been strengthened through generations of careful enhancement, each headmaster adding layers of protection that drew upon both traditional ward schemes and innovative approaches to magical fortification that reflected growing understanding of how schools could be transformed into fortresses when circumstances demanded such terrible necessity. Professor McGonagall's activation of these ancient protections filled the castle with energy that seemed to make the very stones sing with determination. But even she understood that their effectiveness would depend upon the courage of those who stood behind them, rather than the sophistication of magical engineering that had never been tested against enemies whose commitment to victory exceeded any reasonable assessment of acceptable costs. The approach of Voldemort's army was heralded not by dramatic fanfare, but by subtle changes in the magical atmosphere surrounding the castle. Protective spells beginning to strain under pressure from forces that probed systematically for weaknesses, while Death Eaters, who had once walked these halls as students, used their intimate knowledge of secret passages and vulnerable points to coordinate attacks that would bypass conventional defensive measures. The creatures that accompanied the human forces represented nightmares made manifest. Giants whose destructive power could level buildings with casual swipes of their massive hands, Dementors whose presence drained hope from the very air, and werewolves whose bloodlust had been deliberately enhanced through magical techniques that pushed their aggressive instincts beyond anything their natural condition would have produced. The first casualties of the battle were not combatants, but the ancient protective enchantments themselves, spellwork that had guarded students for centuries, systematically dismantled by enemies who understood that psychological warfare was often more effective than direct assault. The gradual failure of familiar magical protections creating anxiety and despair among defenders who had drawn comfort from the illusion of safety that institutional tradition provided. The walls that had seemed unbreachable began to crack under sustained magical bombardment, their stones weeping traces of the protective magic that had once made them invulnerable to conventional attack, but proved inadequate against enemies whose understanding of destructive force had been refined through decades of practice. Colin Creevey died in the first hour of fighting, his camera abandoned beside his body as testament to the enthusiasm and wonder that had characterized his brief life and made him beloved by classmates who had sometimes found his energy annoying, but never questioned his fundamental goodness or his absolute devotion to the school that had given him identity and purpose. His death was not heroic in any conventional sense, no dramatic final stand or meaningful sacrifice, but simply the terrible arithmetic of warfare where youth and inexperience met overwhelming force without the protection of armor or the guidance of adequate training. His final photographs capturing images of destruction that would serve as historical record of how quickly joy could be transformed into tragedy when evil was allowed to flourish unchallenged. Lavender Brown fell defending younger students who had been trapped when evacuation routes were cut off by advancing forces. Her final moments spent casting shield charms with hands that trembled not from fear but from magical exhaustion that came from pushing her abilities beyond their normal limits. In desperate attempt to save children whose terror broke her heart even as she fought to preserve their lives. The werewolf that killed her had once been human, its transformation into monster serving as reminder that evil often wore familiar faces and that the boundaries between victim and perpetrator were more fluid than comfortable morality preferred to acknowledge. Her death simultaneously tragedy and testament to the reality that some battles could only be won through willingness to pay prices that seemed impossibly high until the alternatives became clear. The twins' workshop in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes had been transformed into impromptu munitions factory. Fred and George's expertise in explosive magic redirected toward creating devices that could level playing fields between student defenders and experienced Death Eaters, whose superior training and equipment would otherwise have made resistance futile. The corridors that had once echoed with their laughter now reverberated with blasts from their enhanced whizzing worms and modified dung bombs. Pranks evolved into weapons that demonstrated how creativity and technical skill could serve noble purposes when channeled by moral conviction rather than mere desire for amusement and recognition. Fred Weasley's death came without warning or dramatic build-up, a wall collapsing under magical bombardment that caught him mid-conversation with Percy about family reconciliation and shared determination to protect what remained of the world they had known since childhood. The laughter that had defined his identity was silenced by falling stones that cared nothing for his dreams or his relationships, or his potential contributions to post-war reconstruction. His loss, creating emptiness that would echo through his family for generations while demonstrating the arbitrary nature of survival in conflicts where courage and skill provided no guarantee of safety or reward. George's reaction to his twin's death was immediate and devastating, his other half literally torn away in ways that created psychological wounds that no magical healing could address adequately. Their shared identity so fundamental that Fred's absence left him uncertain about his own continued existence and purpose. The magical bond that had connected them since birth was severed through violence that transformed their complementary personalities into isolated fragments of what had once been unified consciousness. George's survival purchased at the cost of becoming living monument to loss that could never be replaced or reconciled with any meaningful understanding of justice or fairness. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks died within sight of each other, but unable to provide mutual support. Their final battle fought against enemies who had targeted them specifically because their relationship represented everything that Voldemort's ideology sought to destroy. Love that transcended social boundaries and created connections based on choice rather than blood, understanding rather than prejudice, hope rather than fear of those who differed from established norms. Their deaths left behind an infant son whose future would be shaped by their sacrifice in ways that connected him to traditions of orphaned heroes, whose strength was forged through early loss and whose purpose was defined by determination to prevent others from experiencing similar devastation. The transformation of familiar spaces into sites of carnage was perhaps more traumatic than the deaths themselves. Classrooms where students had learned to transform mice into teacups, now littered with debris and blood, while corridors that had witnessed countless friendships and young romances became battlegrounds where childhood ended permanently for those who survived to remember what they had seen and done. The great hall where so many meals had been shared in warmth and community was converted into field hospital, where the wounded lay on tables that had once groaned under the weight of feasts, their cries of pain replacing laughter and conversation that had made the space sacred to generations of students. Professor McGonagall's leadership during the battle revealed depths of steel and tactical brilliance that complemented her reputation for fairness and educational excellence. Her transformation from strict but caring teacher into military commander, accomplished without sacrificing the moral principles that had always guided her decisions and earned the respect of colleagues and students. Her coordination of defensive efforts demonstrated that intellectual rigor and attention to detail were as valuable in warfare as in education. Her ability to anticipate enemy movements and adapt to changing circumstances, reflecting the same systematic thinking that had made her legendary as educator and administrator. The house divisions that had historically created friendly competition and diverse perspectives within the student body proved largely irrelevant during the battle. Students from different houses fighting side by side, without regard for traditional rivalries or social hierarchies that had seemed important during peacetime, but revealed themselves as artificial constructs when confronted with existential threats that transcended such arbitrary distinctions. Slytherin students who remained to fight did so alongside Gryffindors whose courage they had once mocked, their shared commitment to protecting their school, creating bonds that would influence post-war social relationships throughout the magical community. The adult combatants who joined the battle brought experience and tactical knowledge that complemented student courage and determination, but their participation also highlighted the tragic necessity of transforming educational institution into military installation, where learning was temporarily replaced by killing and nurturing was superseded by survival. Order of the Phoenix members who had spent years preparing for this confrontation found themselves fighting alongside teachers whose expertise lay in cultivation rather than destruction, their combined efforts creating defensive capabilities that exceeded what either group could have achieved independently. The magical casualties that resulted from sustained spell combat went beyond simple injuries to include permanent alterations to the castle's fundamental magical properties, protective enchantments disrupted in ways that would require decades of careful restoration, while the emotional trauma absorbed by ancient stones would influence the psychological atmosphere of the school for generations of future students. The portraits that had served as witnesses and advisors throughout centuries of educational tradition were damaged or destroyed in ways that eliminated irreplaceable historical knowledge while severing connections to institutional memory that had provided continuity and wisdom for countless generations of students and faculty. The civilian casualties among Hogsmeade residents who had chosen to support the school's defense demonstrated how warfare inevitably expanded beyond its intended boundaries to affect innocent populations whose only connection to the conflict was geographical proximity and moral conviction that some causes were worth dying for, even when personal stakes seemed minimal. Their sacrifice represented the broader community support that made resistance possible, while highlighting the costs that were extracted from entire populations when evil was allowed to consolidate power and impose its vision through systematic violence and intimidation. The international observers who witnessed the battle's conclusion understood that its outcome would influence magical politics throughout Europe and beyond, Voldemort's defeat serving as proof that totalitarian movements could be overcome through popular resistance, while his temporary success demonstrated the vulnerability of democratic institutions when confronted by enemies who were willing to use unlimited violence in pursuit of ideological objectives. The techniques and strategies employed by both sides would be studied in magical military academies. For decades, their lessons integrated into defensive planning that reflected hard-won understanding of how schools could be transformed into fortresses when circumstances demanded such terrible necessity. The dawn that followed the night of battle revealed devastation that exceeded anything in Hogwarts' thousand-year history. Beloved spaces transformed into ruins that would require massive reconstruction efforts, while the psychological scars left on survivors would influence their relationships and worldviews throughout their remaining lives. The bodies of the dead lay among rubble that had once been corridors where they had learned and laughed and formed the friendships that had made their sacrifice meaningful. Their final gift to future generations, the preservation of institutions and values that would allow others to experience the joy and wonder that warfare had stolen from their own abbreviated lives. The silence that settled over the castle in the aftermath was broken only by the sound of survivors searching for loved ones among the wreckage, their calls echoing through spaces that had been transformed by violence in ways that made familiar landmarks seem alien and threatening. The magic that had once filled these halls with warmth and welcome was temporarily overshadowed by trauma and loss, but beneath the devastation lay foundations that had been strengthened rather than weakened by the test of ultimate crisis. Proof that some institutions were worth defending regardless of the costs such defense extracted from those who chose to stand between darkness and light. The students who had survived the battle carried within themselves knowledge and experience that would set them apart from those who had been safely evacuated. Their understanding of mortality and moral choice aged beyond their years through exposure to decisions and consequences that should have remained abstract theoretical concepts rather than immediate practical realities. Their education had been completed not through textbooks and examinations, but through confrontation with evil in its purest form. Their graduation earned through willingness to risk everything for principles that transcended personal safety and comfort. The ghosts that would eventually join the castle's spiritual population included not just those who died during the battle, but those whose experiences had been so traumatic that parts of their consciousness remained permanently attached to spaces where they had faced their deepest fears and highest aspirations, their presence serving as eternal reminders of the prices that were paid for freedom and the courage that ordinary people could summon when circumstances demanded extraordinary sacrifice. The corridors that had witnessed their heroism would carry echoes of their choices for centuries to come, inspiring future generations while warning them about the costs of complacency and the importance of remaining vigilant against forces that would destroy everything noble and beautiful in service of power and control. In the quiet hours, when reconstruction efforts paused and survivors tried to process what they had experienced, the castle seemed to mourn its own transformation from sanctuary of learning into battlefield of ideological conflict, its ancient stones absorbing tears of grief and vows of remembrance that would influence its magical atmosphere for generations of students who would walk through halls where heroes had fallen and hope had been preserved through sacrifice, that measured the true value of education not in knowledge, acquired but in wisdom, applied when the stakes could not have been higher, and the consequences of failure would have doomed not just individuals, but entire civilizations to darkness that acknowledged no boundary between guilty and innocent, young and old, powerful and vulnerable in its hunger for dominion over everything that lived and breathed and dared to hope for better futures than tyranny could provide. The victory that finally ended Voldemort's reign of terror came at a cost that would haunt the wizarding world for generations, leaving behind survivors whose understanding of triumph was forever shadowed by intimate knowledge of what had been sacrificed to achieve it, and whose celebrations were tempered by grief that no amount of relief or gratitude could diminish or transform into simple joy. The magical community that emerged from the rubble of warfare was fundamentally different from the one that had entered it, shaped by trauma and loss in ways that would influence every aspect of social reconstruction and personal healing for decades to come. The immediate aftermath of the Battle of Hogwarts was characterized by medical emergency that overwhelmed every healing facility in magical Britain. Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries flooded with casualties whose injuries exceeded anything the staff had been trained to handle during peacetime practice that had focused on accidents and common ailments rather than systematic wounds inflicted by enemies whose knowledge of pain-causing magic had been refined through years of deliberate cruelty. The corridors that had once provided quiet sanctuary for patients recovering from routine procedures became chaotic scenes of triage and desperate intervention. Healers working beyond exhaustion to save lives while knowing that many of those they treated would carry permanent reminders of their encounters with evil. The psychological trauma that accompanied physical injuries proved even more challenging to address, as the wizarding medical establishment lacked both theoretical framework and practical experience necessary for treating conditions that Muggle psychiatrists had been studying for decades, but which magical healers had rarely encountered in forms this severe or widespread. The nightmares and anxiety disorders that plagued survivors were dismissed by many as temporary stress reactions that would fade naturally with time, their persistence and severity underestimated by practitioners whose understanding of mental health remained rooted in traditional approaches that emphasized potion treatments and spell-based interventions rather than sustained therapeutic relationships and systematic exploration of traumatic experiences. The veterans of the final battle found themselves struggling with symptoms that had no clear magical solutions, their sleep disrupted by recurring visions of friends dying in their arms, while their waking hours were haunted by hypervigilance and emotional numbness that made normal social relationships feel impossible or meaningless. The young witches and wizards who had survived encounters with Death Eaters discovered that their magical abilities had been permanently altered by exposure to extreme stress and dark magic, some experiencing enhanced power that frightened them, while others found their spells weakened or unpredictable in ways that undermined their confidence and professional prospects. The Weasley family's struggle with Fred's death became emblematic of the broader challenges facing all families who had lost loved ones during the conflict. Their grief, complicated by the public nature of their sacrifice and the expectation that their mourning should be tempered by pride in their contributions to victory. Molly Weasley's transformation from nurturing matriarch to broken mother revealed the inadequacy of traditional support systems when confronted with losses that challenged fundamental assumptions about fairness and meaning. Her inability to find comfort in religious or philosophical frameworks that seemed insufficient when measured against the reality of her son's empty chair at family gatherings that would never again feel complete. George's survival, without his twin, created psychological challenges that went beyond simple bereavement to encompass fundamental questions about identity and purpose when half of one's consciousness had been literally destroyed. Through violence that acknowledged no distinction between combatant and civilian, guilty and innocent, necessary and gratuitous in its hunger for destruction. His attempts to continue their business partnership alone were hampered not just by practical difficulties of managing operations that had been designed for two people, but by existential uncertainty about whether he could maintain meaningful connection to work that had been expressions of shared creativity rather than individual enterprise. The broader economic disruption caused by warfare extended far beyond immediate destruction of property and infrastructure to encompass systematic breakdown of commercial relationships and financial institutions that had been built on assumptions of stability and continuity that proved illusory when tested by systematic assault from enemies whose objectives included not just political control, but complete reorganization of magical society according to principles that rejected everything the previous system had valued. The small businesses that had provided employment and services throughout magical Britain found themselves struggling with damaged premises, missing employees, and customer bases that had been scattered or decimated through deaths and displacement that would take years to fully catalogue and address. The trials of Death Eaters that followed victory were conducted in atmosphere of vengeance and exhaustion that complicated efforts to achieve justice while serving the emotional needs of survivors who demanded accountability for suffering that could never be adequately compensated or explained through legal proceedings designed for ordinary crimes rather than systematic campaigns of terror and genocide. The ministry officials who presided over these proceedings found themselves attempting to apply peacetime legal standards to wartime atrocities while managing public pressure for harsh sentences that would satisfy demands for retribution, regardless of their effectiveness in preventing future violence or contributing to social healing. The children of convicted Death Eaters faced ostracization and discrimination that punished them for crimes they had not committed, while denying them opportunities to contribute positively to post-war reconstruction efforts that desperately needed every available talent and resource. Their exclusion from educational institutions and employment opportunities created conditions that could potentially foster the same resentment and alienation that had made their parents vulnerable to extremist recruitment, the cycle of prejudice and retaliation threatening to perpetuate conflicts that official victory was supposed to have resolved permanently. Draco Malfoy's experience as child of prominent Death Eater family illustrated the complexity of assigning guilt and responsibility when entire family systems had been corrupted by ideological commitments that were inherited rather than chosen. His own participation in Death Eater activities, complicated by coercion and family pressure that made voluntary cooperation difficult to distinguish from survival strategies employed by someone who lacked realistic alternatives to compliance with parental expectations. His attempts to distance himself from his family's legacy were hampered by social attitudes that preferred simple narratives of guilt and innocence to nuanced understanding of how ordinary people could be gradually drawn into complicity with evil through processes that were more subtle than dramatic conversion experiences. The economic collapse that accompanied political upheaval affected every aspect of magical commerce and employment, from the destruction of Diagon Alley shops to the disruption of international trade relationships that had been built over decades of careful cultivation and mutual trust. The costs of reconstruction exceeded the ministry's financial resources, while competing demands for assistance created political tensions that threatened to undermine the social unity that had been achieved through shared sacrifice. During the war itself, the Hogwarts restoration project became symbol of broader reconstruction efforts. The castle's damaged walls and halls requiring not just physical repair but magical renewal that could address the traumatic memories and negative emotional energy that had been absorbed by ancient stones during months of occupation, and the climactic battle that had transformed educational spaces into sites of violence and death. The work required specialized techniques that combined traditional building magic with innovative approaches to psychological healing that were still being developed by researchers who were themselves struggling with their own war-related trauma. Professor McGonagall's leadership during the Reconstruction period demonstrated the same combination of practical competence and moral integrity that had characterized her response to crisis. But her efforts were complicated by grief for lost colleagues and students that made every decision about restoration and remembrance fraught with emotional significance that could not be addressed through purely administrative approaches. Her attempts to balance the need for healing with demands for memorial recognition created tensions between those who wanted to move forward and those who insisted that forgetting the costs of victory would dishonor those who had paid for them. The memorial services and funeral rites that marked the transition from warfare to peace were conducted according to traditions that had not been designed for mass casualties or deaths that occurred in contexts where normal social and religious frameworks seemed inadequate for processing grief and loss on such unprecedented scales. The families who gathered to honor their dead found themselves participating in ceremonies that felt simultaneously too formal and too casual for acknowledging sacrifices that had shaped the future of magical civilization while ending individual lives that had contained infinite potential and irreplaceable relationships. The international response to Britain's reconstruction needs was complicated by political considerations and resource constraints that limited the assistance available from magical communities that were dealing with their own post-war challenges and domestic priorities. The isolation that had historically characterized wizarding societies made coordination difficult, while cultural differences created misunderstandings about priorities and methods that could have been avoided through better communication and shared planning processes. The agricultural disruption caused by warfare affected food production throughout magical Britain. Traditional farming methods compromised by magical contamination and the displacement of rural populations, whose knowledge and skills were essential for maintaining productivity that could support reconstruction efforts while meeting basic needs. Survival needs of communities that had been disrupted by years of violence and uncertainty. The magical creatures that had been displaced or corrupted during the conflict required rehabilitation that competed with human needs for resources and attention that were already stretched beyond sustainable limits. The educational challenges facing post-war magical society included not just the physical restoration of school facilities, but the development of curricula and teaching methods that could address the psychological needs of students whose childhood experiences had included exposure to violence and loss that previous generations had been sheltered from during their formative years. The teachers who returned to their profession found themselves dealing with classrooms full of children whose trust in adult authority and institutional stability had been shattered through experiences that required new approaches to learning and development. The magical research and development that had been redirected toward military applications during the war created ethical dilemmas about how knowledge gained through desperate necessity could be adapted for peaceful purposes without compromising moral principles that distinguished legitimate defense from offensive capabilities that could be misused by future generations who might not share the same commitment to restraining power through ethical consideration. The innovations in healing magic that had been developed to treat war injuries offered potential benefits for civilian medical care, but their implementation required careful consideration of long-term consequences and unintended effects. The social changes that resulted from shared wartime experiences included breakdown of traditional class distinctions and pure-blood prejudices that had been challenged by realities of combat, where survival depended upon cooperation rather than ancestry, magical ability rather than social status, moral courage rather than inherited privilege. The partnerships that had been formed between families and individuals who would never have associated during peacetime created opportunities for building more inclusive and equitable social structures, while also generating resistance from those who had benefited from previous arrangements and saw change as threat to their position and identity. The housing shortage created by destruction of residential properties was exacerbated by displacement of populations who had fled their homes during the conflict and now found themselves competing for limited resources with others whose needs were equally legitimate and pressing. The magical communities that had been devastated by Death Eater attacks required complete rebuilding, while refugee populations needed both temporary accommodation and long-term settlement assistance that strained available facilities and services beyond their capacity to respond effectively. The magical law enforcement challenges that emerged during Reconstruction included not just pursuit of remaining Death Eater fugitives, but development of new approaches to maintaining order in communities where traditional authority structures had been disrupted and public trust in institutional competence had been undermined by years of corruption and failure that had made possible the rise of extremist movements. The Oro department that had been decimated by casualties and defections required massive recruitment and training programs, while simultaneously managing security threats and investigating war crimes that demanded specialized expertise and resources. The cultural preservation efforts that attempted to maintain wizarding traditions while adapting to post-war realities required delicate balance between continuity and change, honoring historical practices while acknowledging that some aspects of magical society had contributed to conditions that made possible the conflicts that had nearly destroyed everything they were trying to preserve. The debates about which traditions deserved protection and which needed reform created divisions within communities that were already struggling with trauma and loss that made consensus building difficult and emotionally charged. The children who would grow up in post-war magical Britain faced unique challenges and opportunities that would shape their understanding of power, responsibility, and social relationships in ways that differed fundamentally from previous generations, who had not witnessed the consequences of allowing prejudice and authoritarianism to flourish unchecked by moral opposition and institutional resistance. Their education would need to include not just magical knowledge, but civic understanding and ethical development that could prevent repetition of mistakes that had cost their society so dearly. The healing that would eventually transform post-war trauma into wisdom and strength was measured not in months or years, but in decades of gradual progress that honored the sacrifices of the dead while building foundations for better futures that would justify the prices that had been paid for freedom and justice. The scars would remain, both visible and hidden, but they would serve as reminders of what could be lost when vigilance faltered, and what could be preserved when ordinary people found extraordinary courage to stand against forces that threatened everything they valued and everyone they loved, their legacy written not in stone or bronze, but in the breathing bodies of children who would inherit a world where such choices had been made and such prices had been paid, so that light could triumph over darkness through methods that preserved rather than corrupted the souls of those who wielded power in service of causes greater than their own comfort or survival. The ghosts of Hogwarts had witnessed more than 1,000 years of human joy and suffering, their ethereal forms serving as eternal observers to the cycles of triumph and tragedy that had played out within the castle's ancient walls. But the decades of warfare and systematic cruelty that had culminated in Voldemort's rise and fall had tested even their supernatural endurance and challenged their understanding of what it meant to exist as consciousness without flesh in a world where the living seemed increasingly willing to embrace forms of evil that transcended anything the dead had experienced during their mortal years. Nearly headless Nick had arrived at Hogwarts during an era when death was commonplace but rarely meaningless. his own execution, the result of political intrigue and magical incompetence, rather than the systematic ideology of destruction that would later characterize the darkest periods of the school's history. His centuries of ghostly existence had provided him with perspective that allowed him to comfort students facing ordinary adolescent crises while serving as bridge between the living and the dead. His gentle wisdom, earned through observation of how grief and loss could be transformed into growth and understanding when properly supported by community and institutional memory. But the trauma he absorbed during the years of Death Eater occupation and the final battle exceeded anything his previous experience had prepared him to process or integrate. The systematic torture of children and the deliberate corruption of educational purposes, creating spiritual wounds that affected even his disembodied consciousness in ways that challenged his fundamental beliefs about human nature and moral progress. His attempts to maintain his traditional role as counselor and guide were complicated by his own struggle to understand how the institution he had served for centuries could have been so thoroughly perverted by forces that seemed to emerge from depths of human darkness he had never imagined possible. The fat friar's characteristic optimism and faith in human redemption were tested beyond their limits by exposure to violence and cruelty that seemed to serve no purpose beyond the infliction of suffering, his religious framework providing inadequate comfort. When confronted with evidence that some individuals were apparently incapable of moral growth or spiritual development, regardless of the opportunities and influences they encountered, his attempts to find meaning and hope in the midst of systematic evil required him to confront theological questions about the nature of divine justice and human responsibility that challenged beliefs that had sustained him through centuries of existence as spirit dedicated to serving others through example and encouragement. Professor Binz's detachment from emotional involvement in contemporary events had initially seemed like weakness or indifference to his colleagues who dealt with immediate crises and human needs. But during the darkest periods, it revealed itself as a form of psychological protection that allowed him to maintain institutional memory and historical perspective when others were overwhelmed by immediate trauma and despair. His ability to view current events as part of larger patterns that had repeated throughout magical history provided context that was essential for understanding both the unprecedented nature of recent atrocities and their connections to previous cycles of conflict and recovery that offered hope for eventual healing and renewal. The Bloody Baron's eternal penance for his own acts of violence had given him unique insight into the psychology of those who chose murder as solution to personal or political problems. But even his experience could not fully prepare him for encounters with Death Eaters, whose capacity for cruelty exceeded his own medieval understanding of how power could be abused and innocent life destroyed. His chains had grown heavier during the years of Voldemort's influence, the magical bonds that held him to his punishment, responding to the increased presence of unpunished violence within the castle walls. While his own guilt was amplified by recognition of how his example might have influenced others who sought to justify their actions through reference to his story. The creation of new ghosts through violent death within Hogwarts' protective boundaries represented a form of spiritual pollution that affected the entire supernatural community, each traumatic death adding another layer of anguish and unresolved suffering to the castle's psychic atmosphere, while creating individuals whose transition to ghosthood was marked by the same psychological damage that affected living survivors of similar experiences. These newest members of the spectral population brought with them memories of systematic torture and ideological hatred that had not characterized earlier periods when death was more often the result of accident, illness, or conventional warfare rather than campaigns designed to destroy specific types of people for existing. Myrtle Warren's long-standing resentment about her own murder and its impact on her existence took on new dimensions when she was joined by spirits whose deaths had been even more deliberately cruel and whose killers had shown even less regard for their victims' humanity or individual worth. Her bathroom, which had served as refuge for living students who needed privacy for tears and emotional processing, became gathering place for ghostly counseling sessions, where the dead attempted to help each other understand their new existence while processing trauma that transcended the boundary between life and death. The magical mechanisms through which traumatic death could bind consciousness to specific locations were not well understood even by experts in spiritual phenomena, but the proliferation of haunted spaces within Hogwarts during and after the war years suggested that extreme emotional trauma created anchors that prevented normal transition to whatever existence awaited spirits who were not compelled to remain in the physical world. The corridors where students had been tortured became sites of persistent supernatural activity that made them unsuitable for normal use, their very stones retaining impressions of suffering that could induce nightmares and panic attacks in sensitive individuals. The ghostly attempts to protect living students during the occupation period had revealed both the limitations of their supernatural abilities and the depth of their commitment to the educational mission that had given their existence meaning across centuries of service to generations of young witches and wizards. Their inability to physically intervene in torture sessions had created frustration and helplessness that was perhaps more agonizing than anything they had experienced during their mortal lives. Their consciousness intact, but their power to act constrained by the fundamental nature of their existence as observers rather than participants. Nearly headless Nick's role as informal therapist to grieving students expanded exponentially during the post-war period, as families struggled to process losses that seemed to exceed human capacity for understanding or acceptance, his office hours becoming continuous availability for anyone who needed connection with someone who understood both the reality of death and the possibility of continued existence in different form. His conversations with bereaved parents and siblings revealed the inadequacy of conventional comfort when confronted with grief that challenged fundamental assumptions about fairness and meaning. His centuries of observation providing historical perspective while his own experience of violent death offered credibility that living counselors could not match. The Fat Friar's attempts to bring peace and reconciliation to the castle community were complicated by his encounters with spirits whose deaths had been so traumatic that they remained trapped in cycles of rage and despair that prevented the kind of acceptance and forgiveness that he believed were essential for spiritual progress. His theological training provided frameworks for understanding suffering as opportunity for growth, but these concepts seemed inadequate when applied to children who had been murdered for ideological reasons or adults who had been tortured to death as examples to terrorize others into compliance with authoritarian demands. The Baron's increasing isolation from other ghosts reflected his recognition that his own capacity for violence, however regretted and punished, created uncomfortable parallels with recent events that made his presence disturbing to spirits who were trying to process their own encounters with systematic cruelty and deliberate evil. His chains had become so heavy that movement required enormous effort, his punishment evolving to match the spiritual weight of witnessing atrocities that exceeded his own medieval crimes while forcing him to confront the possibility that his eternal penance had been insufficient preparation for understanding truly systematic evil. Professor Binns's historical lectures took on new relevance as students and colleagues sought understanding of how previous generations had survived and recovered from periods of darkness that had seemed insurmountable to those who lived through them. His detached academic approach, providing emotional distance that allowed painful subjects to be examined without overwhelming those who were still processing their own trauma. His ability to place recent events within larger patterns of magical history offered hope that recovery was possible, while acknowledging that the costs of such recovery were always higher than anyone wanted to pay. The ghostly community's collective memory had become repository for institutional knowledge that living memory could not preserve. Their observations spanning centuries, providing context for understanding how schools could be corrupted by external forces while maintaining essential educational functions that could be restored when political conditions improved. Their commitment to preserving this knowledge for future generations represented form of resistance to forces that sought to destroy not just individuals, but entire cultural traditions and social institutions that had fostered human development and moral progress. The supernatural therapy sessions that developed spontaneously among the castle's spectral population created new forms of community support that bridged historical periods and personal experiences, centuries-old ghosts sharing coping strategies with recent arrivals while learning from their perspectives about contemporary forms of trauma and recovery. These interactions revealed both the universal nature of human suffering and the unique characteristics of systematic evil that required new approaches to healing and integration. The living students who returned to Hogwarts after the war found themselves sharing space with ghostly population that had been fundamentally altered by exposure to trauma and violence that exceeded anything in the school's previous history. Their interactions with these spirits providing opportunities for intergenerational dialogue about resilience and recovery, while also confronting them with evidence of how deeply the conflict had affected every aspect of their educational environment. The memorial services that honored both living and dead victims of the war required coordination between corporeal and spiritual communities, whose perspectives on death and remembrance differed in ways that reflected their different relationships to mortality and time, the ghosts offering insights about the permanence of memory, while the living struggled with the immediacy of loss and the practical challenges of reconstruction and healing. The ghostly vigil that was maintained throughout the Reconstruction period represented form of institutional continuity that connected post-war recovery efforts with historical traditions that predated the conflict, while ensuring that lessons learned through suffering would not be forgotten or minimized as immediate trauma faded into historical memory. Their presence served as reminder that some wounds required generations to heal, while some victories required eternal vigilance to preserve against forces that would corrupt or destroy what had been purchased through sacrifice. The spiritual research conducted by living scholars working with ghostly subjects revealed new understanding of how trauma could transcend death, while consciousness could adapt to forms of existence that had previously been considered purely theoretical. These discoveries contributing to development of therapeutic approaches that addressed both psychological and spiritual dimensions of recovery from systematic violence and ideological oppression. The ghostly influence on curriculum development included advocacy for educational approaches that emphasized moral development alongside academic achievement, their centuries of observation providing evidence that intellectual brilliance without ethical grounding could lead to the kind of corruption that had made possible recent atrocities, while their commitment to institutional mission ensured that educational goals remained focused on developing complete human beings rather than mere technical specialists. the supernatural security that ghosts provided through their constant presence and observation capabilities became recognized as an essential component of school safety that complemented conventional protective measures while offering early warning of potential threats that might not be detected through normal magical monitoring systems. Their ability to move through walls and observe without being seen made them ideal sentries whose vigilance could prevent repetition of infiltration attempts that had previously compromised institutional security. The eternal nature of ghostly existence meant that their memories of recent trauma would persist long after living witnesses had died, their testimony serving as permanent record of what had occurred, while their continued presence would remind future generations of the costs of allowing evil to flourish, unchallenged by those with power to resist its advance through moral courage and collective action. The wisdom that emerged from ghostly processing of traumatic experience emphasized the importance of maintaining hope despite evidence of human capacity for evil, their perspective shaped by centuries of observation that had revealed both the depths to which individuals could sink and the heights to which they could rise when circumstances demanded extraordinary courage and self-sacrifice. Their guidance to living students reflected understanding that despair was luxury that could not be afforded when so much remained to be rebuilt and protected. In the quiet hours when the castle slept and only spiritual consciousness remained active in corridors that had witnessed unspeakable cruelty and remarkable heroism, the ghosts maintained their eternal watch over institution that had given their existence meaning, while ensuring that memory of what had been endured and what had been preserved would continue to influence generations of students who would learn not just magical techniques but moral lessons that could only be taught through example and story, their vigilance serving as bridge between past and future that honored sacrifice, while building hope for better days when darkness would be held at bay by those who remembered the price of freedom and understood their obligation to preserve it through constant awareness of what could be lost when good people chose comfort over courage and silence over truth. Sleep now, dear listener, having journeyed through shadows that make the dawn more precious. These tales of suffering and sacrifice remind us that even in darkness, choices matter, that heroism is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The ghosts of Hogwarts keep their eternal watch so that others might rest peacefully, their vigil a comfort to all who seek refuge in ancient halls. In your dreams tonight, may you find the courage of those who faced impossible choices, the wisdom of those who learned from their mistakes, and the peace that comes from understanding that even the darkest nights eventually give way to morning light. Rest well, knowing that someone always stands guard against the darkness.